Final call for doubles and red. Final call for doubles and red to 1 and 2, please. Final call for doubles and red to 1 and 2, please. So all finished up with new entry time runs, and track crew's doing a little bit of touch-up before we start today's opening ceremonies. Want to welcome the viewers at home on Diamond State Digital, and want to welcome everyone here to B&M Performance 10K Sunday at FRBR Promotions' 8th annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Day number last here. We are ready to get racing. Before we get started, B&M Performance and Machining is located in Parkersburg here in Central PA. Owner Kevin Mendenhall has over 20 years experience in the automotive machining and engine assembly industry. You'll find Kevin racing and competing with his own car and his kids at the local tracks in the area like Maple Grove Raceway and Cecil County Dragway. If you have questions, call 484-643-3787 or visit bnmperformanceandmachining.com. From mild to wild, B&M has you covered. And without further ado, we are ready to get today started. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, we ask that you please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem. And we thank you, and we thank everybody for coming out and supporting the 8th annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. It's been a great weekend. Friday, big curveball. All-time worst job by the weather forecasters. All the weathermen out there missed it completely. But nevertheless, we did get some laps down the track. Didn't get any complete competition in, so we rolled it all into one day yesterday. 20K Saturday. Chris Gonier picking up the 20K win, and today we're ready to crown another big money winner. Don't forget, if you've just had bad luck the last couple days, and of course, Trans and Auto Performance Trans Change Your Luck race, $1,000 to win, free entry. Open to anyone who didn't visit the pay window all weekend. So, special thanks to Morris Performance Trans and Auto. We appreciate their support. And we're ready for round number 1 of competition. Here we go. It'll be Stone Cold Steve Dustin, always up at the front of the line, always ready to party. 716 the dial on the Mustang out of Westminster, Maryland, taking on John Olcott out of Lumberton, New Jersey. 750 the dial for the driver over in the Lucas Oil lane. Clean and green on both sides. Win light, Steve Dustin. 42 total off the trailer As Olcott 40 on the hit, breaking it out 7 thou, taking 9 on the big end. It'd take 2 or less to turn on the win light there. And Dustin headed on to round number 2. Olcott will hit the buyback window, which is now officially open. And we also need green run stickers to 1 and 2, spill over to 3 and 4. We've now called foot brake doubles, green and red. Foot brake doubles, green and red, you have been called. And we need green run stickers to 1 and 2, spill over to 3 and 4. Will Winthrop and Russ Archer here. Archer in full control. Archer, win light, 24 total. Takes 2 wagons down at the big end. Very unconventional of Russ, but still may have a heavy head here in the morning. Will Winthrop, unfortunately, missed it completely and breaks it out 629.9 on the 632 for the loss. Big Travis Hill here in Daddy No Bucks, 65 Falcon. 589 the dial, taking on Dennis Core, 574 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Big Travis Hill, 590 with a 9 on a 589 dial with a 19 light. Core 43 up front. Goes dead 6 to be 49 total. Not a bad lap, but not good enough to get around Hill's Falcon. Brett Schlitting here, tower side, 584, taking on Ryan O'Letty, 645 in the Mustang. At the straight, give the win light to the Camaro. Dead on with an 8 to be 59 total. Locks out O'Letty's 70 reaction time as he breaks it out a whole one on the big end. And he'll hit the buyback window, which again is open at the base of the tower. $100 gets you back in for 10 grand to win. Trenton Sayers 636 here, tower side, taking on David Parker over in the far lane. 608 on his Camaro. Before the live went live, Andy was talking about the graphic changes we've made on Diamond State Digital there for the semis and the finals. I want to make sure to give TJ Jordan and Wired Designs all the credit. We met at King of the Creek a few weeks ago, and he helped me out there, and nice little friendship and partnership we've established. David Parker can't run the number on the big end, 615 with a 9 on a 608 with a 006 light. Trenton Sayers here, tower side, 639.3 on the 636 with a 13 light. We'll move on. Bobby Smith, 619 in the Mustang here, tower side, under pressure, they call it. Jamie Colon in the Camaro, 669 over in the far lane. Win late, give it to Cologne, breaking it out 4 thou on the big end with a 34 reaction time. Smith really wanted the tree this morning. Goes 620 with a 7 on a 619 in the losing effort. Emily Albach back up now, 606. She was in the reaction time challenge, and she pulled in the lanes pretty tough here first round. Cheatin' Dave Keaton, 576 for Cheatin'. And Emily's going to have her hands full. Cheatin' drives the center line, does what he does, puts it 1 above 1 to be 21 total, locks out Emily's 42 reaction time. She breaks it out, 603.8 on the 606 dial And Keaton will move on to round 2. Emily will head to the buyback window. 603 the dial for Stephen Dickey, taking on Jamie Horton, 663. Win light, give it to Jamie Horton. 664.9 on the 663 dial, below 23 light. Dickey here tower side, puts it 1 above 0 to be 52 total, but no good. Scott Tupper back up in the Vega, whipped some rounds last night in the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout. 580 the dial for him, taking on the Grand Am of Richie Hoffman, 578. In their day as street cars, these were probably 2 of the most undesirable looking street cars. But as race cars, they look pretty good. Hoffman's going to get the win. 57 at the hit, goes 583.3 on the 578 dial. Tupper had the starting line advantage with a 20, but issues on the run. Goes 592.8 on the 580 for the loss. Brian Oletti up now in the Mustang, 636, taking on Scott Smith, 598 on the Monza. Smith has laid down some absolutely nasty packages off the trailer the last couple of days. We'll see if that continues here. And he's going to get the win late, 19 on the hit. And then breaks it out, 7 on the big end, 597.3 on the 598 for the loss. Oletti 635.7 on the 636, and Red will hit the buyback. Sign up. Once again, we've called doubles red and green. Doubles red and green. Doubles red and green have been called. As we said, later today, we'll have the Change Your Luck race with Morris Trans and Auto Performance Trans. Conveniently located right off I-95 in Wilmington, Delaware, Morris Trans has been at the forefront of performance transmission industry for over 30 years. Working closely with trusted aftermarket driveline companies enables them to build the best transmissions for you. You'll find their transmission in plenty of East Coast winter circles. Why not get your picture next? For any of your high-performance transmission needs, call Morris Trans at 484-574-6478. Next up, here tower side in the Pro Torque lane, we got Robert Smith, 579's the dial, taking on Mike Barbone. Over in the Lucas Oil lane, 660 for the Malibu. Win light, give it to Barbone, 22 total on the lap. Takes out the 32 reaction time of Robert Smith. Smith, 580 with a 9 on a 579 for the loss. Dave Miller up next, 701. Taking on Dave, I don't know what to do with my hands, Harvey Jr. In the Valiant, 689. Get the win late to Harvey. Dead on with an 8 to be 24 total off the trailer. Miller 16 on the red side, goes 1 above 0, but will not grab a win light. Becky Mendenhall up now in her brother's truck. 622 the dial on the S10. Taking on Travis Paquin, 772 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winlight, give it to Mendenhall. She is 30 up front. Him breaks it out, 620 with a 4 and a 622, as Travis 10 red goes 769.4 on the 772 in the losing effort. Attention to the pits. Jake Milstead, Rich Windler, and Marty Flagel. Need you to the bottom of the timing tower to pick up your best losing packages. Jake Milstead, Rich Windler, and Marty Flagel. Marty's not going to be able to be there right now because he is over in the Lucas Oil Lane. 622 is the dial on his S10. Tower side, Brandon Karagizian. Brandon, 712 in the Malibu. Karagizian has the starting line advantage at the stripe. Winlight, give it to Flagel. 22 total on the lap. Karagizian had room. 7 up front, breaks it out. 4th out, took 19, had to take 15 or less to grab some electricity. Instead, he'll grab a buyback. Kyle Harrell here, tower side, 638, taking on Mark Ketterer, 739. Ketter 001 red. And breaks it out 735 with a 2 on a 739. Harrell will move on 640 with a 7 on a 638. Joe Goldie, 690 the dial, taking on Mike Franick, 619 in the dart. Winlight, give it to Franick. 622.7 on the 619. As Goldie turns it red, goes 689.7 on the 690. Seth Phillips up now in the Barracuda 601, taking on Chip Brown in the Chrysler 540 for the big blown machine. And Brown's machine leaving quite violently. Phillips does the right thing, coasted on through. And Brown will have to hit the buyback window to try it again. Ray Barlow in the Mustang 592, taking on Walt Haas 636 in the J. Lawrence machine. Give the true start win to Haas. As Barlow 27 red goes 593.8 on the 592. Haas 004 red goes 635.8 on the 636. Layla Gockley 716 in the S10, taking on Jaina Embley here tower side 743. Winlight, give it to Emily as Gockley probably gave. No. Yeah, no. I don't think she gave it back. No, definitely gave that one back. 720 with a 1 and 716 with a 39 late. Emily, 71 up front, goes dead on with a 4 to be 75 total for the loss, or for the win by 005. DJ Clark, 664, taking on Sage Emily, 594. Winlight, Tower Side, DJ Clark, 666, 0 and 664 with a 14 late. Emily, 34 the hit, then breaks it out, 591, 8 on the 594 for the loss. Jillian Kleinfelter, 684, taking on Trish Witt here, Tower Side in the Camaro, 568. Winlight give it to Trish Witt, 39, and puts it way above as Kleinfelter has issues. Trish will move on. Cue ball back up here. The dry hop machine out of West Grove, PA, 11 flat the dial. Taking on Bobby Pipp, 724 in the Mustang. Give the win to Pipp as cue ball late and then puts it one above 4 to be 161 total in the losing effort. Dale Gerhardt, 593 in this awesome leaving Chevy sedan. Taking on Brian Cool, 650 in the Mustang. Winlight give it to Gerhardt, 24 up front, and Brian Cool is going to need a hug to start his Sunday off. Very late at the hit, but took a tractor trailer down the big end. Took 85, had to take 76 or less to find electricity. As Gerhardt was about a tenth and a half over. Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Nice short tow here to Maple Grove for one day. 611 the dial. Taking on Brian Blittersdorf, Mr. Blittersdorf's Automotive himself, 586. .005 margin victory coming here, Tower Side for the short tow award for Michael Carpenter. 613 with a 1 on a 611 as Blittersdorf 589.0 on the 586. Jonathan Martin, 584 in the S10, taking on Stacy Schutte, 583 for the Camaro. Jonathan Martin in full control. Jonathan Martin, win light, 587.6 on the 584 with the 007 light. Shooty, late at the hit, goes 587.6 on the 583 for the loss. Jeff Albach here at Tower Side, 659, taking on Tina Lacey over in the Lucas Oil lane, 576. .002 margin of victory, give it to Tina, 25, 2 above 4 for the win. As Jeff, 24, 2 above 7 for the loss. Tanner Kutzer's 597 taking on Donald Gertz. Gertz 587, got his electrical wiring fixed. See what he can do here today. Big wheels up launch there for Gertz. 006 red, though. Give the win to Tanner. 594.9 on the 597 for Tanner. Donald 589.1 on the 587 for the loss. Joe McLaughlin 815 taking on my girl, Jeannie Northrup. 726. Glad to see Jeannie here today. Her and Danny. Good peeps, I tell you. Good peeps. Win light, give it to Joe McLaughlin here, Tower Side, 817 with a 2 on the 815 with 11 light. Jeannie misses a little bit, goes 727.9 on the 726. She'll buy it back and try it again. Danny Tice, 752 in the Monte Carlo, taking on Stephen Baker in the Mustang, 593. Win light, give it to Stephen Baker. 587.7 on the 593 with 25 light. Tice turns it red, goes 753.4 on the 752. Michael Lombardo, 728, taking on Matt Wachowski. Matt with an injury last night in one of the FRBR challenges. It was a hockey match between him and Northrup. I believe it was Brad that took him out. 631 for him. Said if he's 50 or worse this morning, it's all Northrup's fault. He's not 50 or worse. He does have a 5 in the number. And a win light. 5 up front takes 007. That's how you do it. 00 up front, 00 at the top end. To grab the win light, 638.7 on the 631. Lombardo, 731.9 on the 728 for the loss. Andy Purcell, 598. Taking on Calvin Klein. I don't believe he's a model. Could be wrong. 647. Winlight give it to Calvin Klein, 009, and breaks it out one foul as Purcell turns it 006 red, then coasted on through on the big end. Klein moving on. Britt Olson, 637 in the Mustang. Taking on Greg Baraggi here, Tower Side, 660 for the Nova. And issues right away for Baraggi. That machine comes to a stop right shy of the 330. Give the win to Britt Olson as Olson gets out of it on the big end smartly. And good job to Greg for getting it stopped as safely, number one, and quickly, number two, as possible. That's all we ever ask, folks. If you have issues, to please get it stopped, number one, as safely as possible, and number two, as quickly as possible. So Greg reporting back, he felt something not right in one of the tires on the hit and got it stopped just to be safe. Always the smart play there. So he'll take it back, see if he can get it patched up and hit the buyback window. So next up, semifinal appearance last night for Kyle Murray. 616, the dial for the pickup. Taking on Michael Franks here, Tower Side, 729. Winlight, give it to Murray. 621.9 on the 616. As Franks late at the hit, and then goes 733.5 on the 729 dial. Jesse Marshall, 676, taking on Jason Burrier, 688. Marshall here, Tower Side in the CUDA. And Marshall 001 red, and please hide all sharp objects from him. Give him a hug. Tell him it's going to be okay. Jason Burrier, moving on. As Burrier had a package somewhere in the 500s. Brandon Michaels up here now, 701 the dial, taking on Everett Foley. Foley turns it 006 red, gives Michaels the automatic win, 703.4 on the 701 dial, goes Michaels and Foley. 6 red, dead 7, that is an automatic buyback. You have to buy that one back. You don't have a choice. Too good of a run to just bow out now. Peter Morris, 632 here, Tower Side, taking on Eric Bowles, 646 over in the Malibu. Win light, give it to Morris. 28, 2 above 9 on the 632 dial. As Bowles breaks it out, 644-2 on the 646. Chris Gonier, last night's $20,000 champion. 634 the dial. He'll go up against Chris Culp. Culp 587 over in the NAR Camaro. Culp a little crooked there on the staging, it looks like from here in the tower. And the way it left tells me that I'm probably right. And Gonier takes a considerable amount down at the big end, but, turns on the win light either way. 638.9 on the 634 as Culp late at the hit and can't run the number. Far lane, Steve Long, 670 the dial for the Mustang. And not sure, it says Myers, I believe, on the side of the car here, tower side, 6 flat. And give the win to Steve Long, 674-1 on the 670 with a 44 light, tower side 34 at the hit, but goes 606-6 on the 6 flat for the loss. John Nugent here, tower side, 691 in the Chevelle, taking on Sean Conaway in the S10s, 920. And John Nugent, 001 red, then breaks it out 688-2 on the 691. Conway will move on. Definitely not the best lap, but it's a winning lap. That's all that matters. Caleb Klein up next here, tower side, 646, taking on Dave Dissinger, 643 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win light, give it to Dissinger, 8, 1 above 3 to be 21 total as Caleb Klein, 19 at the hit, takes 003 to break it out. One foul, had to take 002 or less. Great lap by both drivers. Klein will have to buy that one back. Next up, Rob Reinhardt here, tower side, 618 the dial, taking on Soggy Dunn, my boy. I won't tell you what he looked like riding on a little golf cart last night, but if you've ever seen the movie Tommy Boy and you saw Chris Farley put on a little coat, it looked very similar. Winlight, give it to Soggy. 10 up front, puts it 3 above 2 to be 42 total. Takes out Reinhardt's 52 reaction time. And dead on 9 to be 61 total and behind. William Snyder, 635, taking on Ethan Sutherland, 674. Snyder, that big old contraption stuck out of the hood. Winlight, give it to Schneider, 12. Then goes 641-1 on the 635. Sutherland, 42 at the hit. Goes 678-1 on the 674. Nelson Belot up now. In the FRBR house truck, 572. Taking on JT Schaefer, 633. Over in the Lucas Oil lane. At the stripe, Winlight, give it to Schaefer, 16, a 1 above 1 to be 27 total. Belot, 2 above 8 to be 48 total, and no good. Bob Murphy, the third, Little Murph, 627. Jimbo Ramoga, 708, over in the Lucas Oil lane. Winlight, give it to Little Murph, 630 with a 5 on a 627 dial with a 008 light. And Jimbo, late at the hit, goes 712 with a 5 on the 708 for the loss. Brandon Cox back up now in the town car, 1126 the dial. It's my wife's racing number, fun fact. CJ Ketter, 642 in the Maverick. Winlight, give it to Ketter. 2 above 0 to be 66 total as Brandon takes a half mile on an eighth mile track and breaks it out. 11:19 with a 6 and 11:26 with a 35 reaction time. Ketter will move on. Travis Hill back up. 614 for the Mustang. Tower side, Kevin Lacey. 673 for the S10. Winlight, give it to Kevin. 671.7 on the 673 with the 54 light. Has Travis Hill 005 red, then goes 618.0 on the 614. Russ Archer, 675 in the wagon, taking on Kyle Gockley here, tower side, 593 in the S10. Issues for Russ Archer. Something coming apart in the drive line. And Gockley gets out of it. We'll move on. Dave Keaton, I'm going to say your buddy needs a tow. If you're not in the lanes, not sure, can't remember if you're doubled or not. But if you're not, and you're back there with your four-wheeler, Russ is going to need some help. We need driver car number 111K to your car now, please. Driver car number 111K, we need you to your car now, please. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. We need parts call. Parts call. Half-inch screw-in studs for a rear. Half-inch screw-in studs for a rear. If I heard the call correctly on the radio. If you have those, bring them to the timing tower. We'll see that they get to who they need to get to.
I got a challenge. First one to go to the tower and bring me hot chocolate and a coffee wins a prize. I repeat, first one to go to the tower with a hot chocolate and a coffee and give it to me wins a prize.
And we've got Archer's Grocery Getter off the starting line. Unfortunate break for him. Roy Winnie here, tower side, 6-14, taking on Rob Hockmiller, 5-69 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Winlight, give it to Rory. Puts it 2 above 0 to be 89 total. Rob, 49 at the hit. Can't get there. 575-0 on the 569. Chris Connor, who still needs to come get parts out of my trailer. 617 to dial on the wagon. Taking on Russell Cannon, 610 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. And it's a bad day to be a wagon, apparently. And far lane, 611 with the 2 on the 610 for the win. Rich Pennington here, Tower Side, 580 in the CUDA, taking on George Dallas, 640 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Would like give it to Pennington, dead on with a 1 to be 64 total as Dallas 004 red, then 2 above 3 in the losing effort. Mark Cutter, 740 in the Lucas Oil Lane, taking on Zach Rothenberger, 7 flat here, Tower Side. Ketter 15 on the red side. Gives the win to Zach. Zach 006, then puts it about a tenth above, just shy. 2 little ones from that. Ketterer breaks it out, 736, 7 on the 740. Todd Toman, 631 for last night's shootout winner. And definitely the best in show in the reaction time challenge. Taking on Walter Adams Sr., 685 in the Firebird. And Ty going to get the free pass here. Dead on with a 1 to be 63 total as Adams big time red and then big time slow on the big end. Denny Renger here, Tower Side 742, taking on Dennis Core over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 674. Winlight give it to Renninger, 743.4 on the 742, and then 11 light Core, 677.1 on the 674 with a 72 light, no good. Matt Hockmiller over in the far lane, 586. On the competition buy, his opponent broke after the point of pairing. 12 total on the bye for Matt Hockmiller there. 4 dead 8. Scott Embley up now in the S10, 6:44. Taking on Brandon Skelly in the Camaro here, tower side, 6:16. And Skelly gets all of the brake pedal down there on the big end to try to feed it over to Scott Embley. Embley, 6:46.0 on the 6:44 with a 25 late. Skelly was late up front, 47. Puts it 2 above 8 on the 6:16 dial. Steve Dustin here, tower side, 7:12. Taking on Jamie Cologne, 6:69 in the Camaro. .007 margin of victory, give it to Jamie. 004, then 673.2 on the 669. As Dustin 17 up front, then 715.6 on the 712 for the loss. David Myers, 681 in the Malibu, taking on Marty Palago back up in the S10, 621. Win light, give it to Marty Flagel. 2 above 1 to be 28 total as Myers is 18 up front, then goes 6 above on the 681 dial. Flagel will move on. Kevin Harrell, 591, taking on Jamie Horton, 663. .003 margin victory, give it to Jamie Horton, 10, 2 above 7 to be 37 total. Harrell, 28, 1 above 2 to be 40 total, and out of here in round 1. Tower side, we have Nathan Mendenhall, the trash can killer, and now we have Kurt, the cone killer, Holland. 606 the dial for the Camaro. Paul Warner, 705 in the Malibu wagon. So now we got the battery charger killer with Jake Nahar. We got the trash can killer with Nathan Mendenhall. And Kurt Holland has added his name to the list. He is officially the Conehead. Win light, give it to Paul Warner. 4, dead 9, 13 total. Holland, 11, dead 9, 20 total. But out of here, he'll be looking for his next cone. Scott Smith here, tower side in the Monza, 598, taking on Richie Hoffman, 579 over in the far lane. Both drivers clean and green. Win light, give it to Scott Smith. 0005 margin of victories, 12, 1 above 7 to be 29 total. Hoffman is 18, 1 above 1 to be 29 total. And Smith is moving on. Joey Harrison in the Chevy, and I quote off the screen, Manza, not a Monza, a Manza. Must take a man to drive that thing. Joey dialed in at a 647. Will Winthrop here, tower side 630. Also, reminder out there, round money. If you have round money from yesterday, please come to the timing tower and pick it up. If you were in the way bonus yesterday and you have not picked up that money yet, please do so. That's Britt Olson, Tyler Bennett, Russ Archer, Evan Poust, Mark Ketterer, Joe Clark, Kyle Core, and Nathan Mendenhall. You were the in the way bonus yesterday. Make sure you grab that as Harrison picks up the win there. 24 goes 644.9 on the 647 as Winthrop turns it 003 red, then goes 628.9 on the 630. John Binkle in the Mustang tower side 668 and Butch Weinrich over in Lucas Oil Lane 735. Also, we have shirt pre-orders for the Fisks and the Embleys. Please come to the t-shirt table, which I do believe is open, and pick up your shirt order, your pre-order there. Win light, give it to Butch Weinrich. Dead on with a 5 to be 23 total. Takes out Binkle's 35 reaction time. 2 above 2 is no good. Keith Pfeiffer here, tower side in the sharp-looking Camaro. 587 taking on Tim Alabach. 608 in the Camaro. And if you haven't already, I mentioned it yesterday, Jake Milstead, Rich Windler, and Marty Flagel. You have best losing packages. So if you haven't picked those up yet, be sure to do so. And Albach takes a couple tour buses down there, but gets it done. 42, 619.5 on the 608. As Pfeiffer with issues and has slowed on the big end. So we'll be down here for just a second. So now that it's quiet, this is as good a time as ever to reiterate what I said just a few minutes ago while we were running. If you have round money from yesterday, please come to the timing tower and pick that up. FRBR does not mail out. So if you want it, come and get it. If you don't want it, thanks for the donation. If you were in the way bonus yesterday and you've not picked that money up, you need to grab that. That would be Britt Olson, Tyler Bennett, Russ Archer, Evan Poust, Mark Ketterer, Joe Clark, Kyle Core, and Nathan Mendenhall. That was yesterday's in the way bonus for getting taken out by Chris Gonier. And also we have a pre-order for shirts for the Embleys and the Fisks. If you can come to the timing tower and pick that up. I think there's still a few event shirts left, so grab those before they're gone. Also, best losing packages yesterday. If you've not picked those up yet, do so. Jake Milstead, Rich Windler, and Marty Flagel. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need trans brake doubles. Trans brake doubles to 1 and 2, please. Trans brake doubles to 1 and 2, please. We're back to racing action. Joel Goldie here, tower side 690, taking on the far lane 755. Win light, give it to the far lane in the double red light true start win. 10 red, 757.3 on the 755. Goldie, 12 red, dead on with an 8, no good. Marshall Wardrobe here, tower side, 806, taking on Jason Lawrence J, dialed 645 in the Camaro. Win light given to Jay Lawrence, 12 total on the lap, 2, 1 above 0, and moving on. Marshall, 70 up front, breaking it out, 6 whole ones pretty much, 8.5 with a 1 on it, 806 dial. Seth Phillips in the Barracuda 604, taking on Layla Gockley in the S10 716. Get the win here, tower side to Seth Phillips, 007, 6085 on the 604, as Gockley late at the hit and is 81 total with the 1 above 0 run. Another one of the Samsonites here, 724 the dial for Sam Samsonite, as I see Jeannie behind the car, so she's not in it. Terry Sachs here, tower side in the Camaro, 640. But since, one of the Northrops is on the starting line, for over 50 years, ISC Sales Master has been the Northeast leader in distribution of packaging, shipping, safety, and janitorial supplies. The Northrop family and their team has you covered. Whether you are working with small, lightweight items or bulky, heavy packages, everything you need with top-notch customer service at a fraction of the cost of their competitors. You already love ISC Racers Tate, and now fall for their sister company. Count on Uline. Oh, wait, no. Count on ISC Sales Master, Service Supplies Sales Master. Alan Yutt here, tower side, 579. Mike Barbone over in the far lane, 661. Win light give it to Barbone, dead on with a 7. As he'll take the win. Yunt, 2 above 8 on the 579 dial for the loss. Cam Murray, my announcing partner last night, 627 in the Duster. John Olcott, tower side, 749 in the Monte Carlo. Give the win to Murray, 005, and takes quite a bit on the dial. 636.4 on the 627. Olcott breaking it out 1 thou. Got there 003. Even if he was dead 0, he was out of that one. Mike Conway here, tower side, 746, taking on Eric Ott, 647. Winlight, give it to Ott in the big milk delivery van, 652, 1 on the 647, the 007 light. Conway here, tower side, 750 with a 1 on 746, late at the hit. Robert Smith, 582 here in the Pro Torque lane, taking on David Parker in the Camaro, 610, the dial. Winlight, give it to Robert Smith, 14, 1 above, 8 to be 32 total. As Parker is 38 on the hit and no good, 611 with a 6 on the 610. Ryan O'Letty, 644 in the Mustang. Brett Schlitting in the Camaro, 586. Once again, we've called trans brake doubles to 1 and 2. Trans brake doubles, you have been called to 1 and 2. Winlight, give it to Schlitting, dead on with a 4 to be 18 total, as O'Letty's 3 red and then 2 above 0. He'll buy that one back. Kevin Fogarty, 703 here, tower side, taking on Sean Conway Jr., 927 in the S10 pickup. Let's go ahead and give a call for Trans Brake blue run stickers. Blue run stickers for Trans Brake to 1 and 2. Trans Brake blue to 1 and 2. Good run here. 5 to a 6. Brake lights over in the far lane. Winlight far lane. 6. Dead 5. 11 total for Sean Conway in the S10. As Kevin Fogarty is 5. 1 above 8. 23 total will win you a lot of races, but not this one. Conway moving on. Alfred Bo Reeves here, tower side. 612, taking on Joe Clark in the Nova. 710. Little Nova on Nova crime here. Winlight, give it to Joe Clark, 42, 2 above 0 to be 62 total, locks out Reeves reaction time, 6:15.8 on the 6:12. Last night's runner-up, Bubba Linky, 6:53. He's got a tough hitter here, tower side, 5:68 for Trish Witt in the Camaro. Winlight, give it to Linky. Dead 2 to be 16 total. Locks out Trish Witt's 26 reaction time. 39 total on the lap. She is headed to the buyback window. Ray Barlow, 594 here in the Mustang Far lane, 652 the dial. Winley give it to Barlow. He breaks it out 2 thou with a 37 reaction time as Far lane turns it big red and then goes 651-3 on the 652. Jonathan Martin back up in the S10, 584. Scott Tupper in the Vega, 585. Winley give it to Tupper. Dead on with a 7 to be 21 total. Takes out Martin's 38 reaction time. Martin drops it on the big end. 591 at only 99 mile an hour. Bruce Petrel, 586 in Lucas Oil Lane. Tower side, Trenton Sayers, 638. Winley give it to Trenton Sayers, 639-4 in the 638 with a 19 late as Bruce turns it red and then throws away dead on 7. Mike Franek, 625. He took out Marty Flagel yesterday, picked up $100 for it in the bounty hunter bonus, taking on Slim Shady himself, Brandon Michaels, 707. Once again, we've called Transbrake Blue to 1 and 2, spill over to 3 and 4. Looks like they're definitely in 3 and 4 now. So we've called Transbrake Blue to 1 and 2, spill over to 3 and 4, and they're all in 3 and 4, looks like. So win light there goes to Brandon Michaels, 13, breaking it out 705, 1 on the 707. Franek here, tower side, 11 red, then breaks it out 2 under. DJ Clark, 665, taking on Bob Murphy the third. 627 on the S10, 665 here, tower side. Winlight, give it to DJ Clark. 11, breaking it out. 1 foul. Gets the win as Murphy is 14, breaks it out 2 foul. And is going to have to buy back. Great laps by both drivers. James Brown here, tower side, 547. Bill Wackerman, 677 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Winley give it to James Brown. Dead on with a 1 to be 44 total as Wackerman had the starting line advantage with a 12, but breaks it out by 13, 675.7 on the 677 dial. Took 45, had to take 32 or less. Bill Moore, 593, taking on Scott Dreyer, 686. Give the win to Bill Moore, 593.6 on the 593 to be 29 total. Strayer, 002 red, dead 2. Or no, 3 above 2. My apologies. I was going to say it's kind of a perfect lap, but not. But a little dyslexia on my part. First thing here in the morning. Dan Wally, 601 here, Tower Side, taking on Joe Dedrick. Joe, 551 in the Camaro. And Joe move on, 003 green as Wally was 003 red. And Dedrick puts it 1 above 8 at 124 as Wally breaks it out. 2 whole ones. Tom Skripik-Nano, we had a parts call for him last night. Parts call was to find him. 651 the dial, taking on John Troxel, 594 here Tower Side. .006 margin of victory. Give it here, Tower Side to Troxel. 599.3 on the 594 with a 31 light. Tom, 44 at the hit. Then goes 655.6 on the 651. Mark Littell, 578 in the Vega, taking on William Hines, 622. Give the win to William Hines, 626.0 on the 622 with a 7 light. Mark 002 red and shuts it down on the big end. Grant Nichols, 622. Adam Graham here at Tower Side, 676. Win light, give it to Graham, 41, turns it green this time, goes 1 above 9 on the dial as Nichols 14 at the hit and then puts it 5 above 9 for the loss. Mike Fornwalt, 599 here, Tower Side, 772 is Travis Paquin in the Camaro. Give the win to Travis. 12 red is Fornwalt. Throws away dead on 2. That's an automatic buyback. Got to buy that one back in. As Paquin 002, and then breaking it out. 770 with a 7 on the 772. Kyle Core went deep into the rounds last night. 644. Taking on Matt Patterson. 658. Win light. Give it to Patterson. 1 above 9 to be 26 total. Takes out course 37 reaction time. 2 above 1 on the lap. No good. Let's go ahead and give a call to 3 and 4 for yellow run stickers. Yellow run stickers for Transbrake to 3 and 4. Transbrake yellow to 3 and 4, please. So we've called all colors in both, technically not classes, but categories we'll go with. So all colors have been called. All colors have been called. Mike Bryson here, tower side, 638, taking on Stanley Gregson, 689 in the Demon. Dead on with a 9 is the Demon. To go 37 total, takes out Bryson's 42 reaction time. Breaking it out, 636-1 on the 638. Bill Wilson, 612, taking on Eddie Tice, 713 in the Monte Carlo. Winlight, give it to Tice. 008 up front, puts it 3 above 2 to be 40 total. Wilson, 15 with a 3 on a 12 dial with a 22 reaction time is no good, and we'll have to buy it back. If you want to buy it back, you head to the first floor of the timing tower with $100. You get back in for your chance to win $10,000 here on B&M Performance Sunday. JT Banks Jr., 643 here, tower side, taking on the Northrops, otherwise known as Randy Bobandy, 628 the dial. For Paul, Mr. Uline, I believe Cam called him. Winlight, dead on with a 0 to be 26 total. His Northrop takes the 7th out margin of victory, as Banks is 29, dead 4 to be 33 total. A good lap, but no good, as Northrop lays it down. Cody Hoover, 672 in the Camaro, takes on Eddie McBride here, tower side, 597. Winlight, give it to Hoover. 37, 1 above 9. Moving on. McBride, dead on with a 1, but 70 total makes him no good. Vinny Cusimano, 680 here, tower side, taking on Frank Maffiori Jr., 582. Oh, issues for Maffiori. They're backing him off. Win late, give it to Matthew 30, 2 above 1 to take the 009 margin of victory. As Kisimano's 39, 2 above 1 for the loss. Dave Harvey III, 663, gave a valiant effort in the reaction time challenge earlier. 631 here tower side for Gino Picozzi in the Mustang. Windlight, give it to Picozzi, breaking it out. 8 thou, 23 on the hit. Harvey, 13 on the red side, 661.3 on the 663 dial. Rick Lawrence in the Chevelle, 578, taking on Tony D. Leonardo here at tower side, 589 on the Mustang. Once again, we've called all colors in both categories. All colors have been called in both categories. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Somebody needs to give Tony D. Leonardo a hug. As Rick Lawrence will move on, breaks it out 7 thou, and was very late. Leonardo heads to the buyback window with $100. Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M Performance himself, 611 the dial on the Nova. Andrew Bacudo, 623 on the Firebird. Win late by 006, give it to Bacudo, 16, dead 6 to be 22 total. Mendenhall, 6, 2 above with a 2 to be 28 total and no good. Theo Myers, 589, taking on Jeremy Kleinfelter, 671 in the S10. Win late, give it to Theo Myers, 33, 2 above 9 on the 589 dial for the win. Cam Murray back up, 626 in the Duster, taking on Lee Zane, 656. Should be a nice little matchup. Give the win to Murray. He's red and shuts it down, but Zane was red-er and gives him the win. Dave Dissinger, 643, taking on Joe Theodore here, tower side, 582. Windlake, give it to Dissinger, dead on with a 3 to be 21 total. Takes out Theodore's 39 reaction time. He's 39 total. Got to buy it back, though. Lou Herforth here, tower side, 623 in the Falcon, taking on Evan Poust in the wheel stand in Vega Wagon, 652. Winley, give it to Lou. Dead on with a 4 to be 47 total. Takes out Pouse. Pouse was 25 and gave that one back. 654, 3 on the 652. 001 margin victory going over to Lou here, tower side. Dice Girl up now, 627 in the Mustang, taking on Brandon Karagizian, 712. Winlight give it to Karagizian, 6. 2 above 3 for the Winlight. Dice Girl is 57 on the hit, 2 above 2, and no good. She'll head to the buyback window. Clint X here, tower side, 583, taking on Kevin Spencer in the Mustang, 623. Winlight dead on with a 5 is Kevin Spencer to be 49 total. X is dead on with a 9, but 47 on the red side. Doesn't work. Dave Harvey Jr. back up. Still doesn't know what to do with his hands and is dialed in at a 690. Dennis Gerhardt here, tower side in the wagons, 587. Winlight goes to Harvey. 30 up front, puts it 3 above 5 for the win as Gerhardt. 2 above 7 and is plenty late. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 183 total. Jonathan Gagnon, 654, taking on Jed Narr, 591. Winlight give it to Gagnon, dead on with a 6 to be 22 total. Narr was 21, had to put it dead 0. Took 007, had to take 001 or less. Joe Romeo here, tower side, 633, taking on Sean Nichols in the Mustang. Sean, 645. Winlight give it to Sean Nichols, dead on with a 6 be 32 total, taking on Joe here, tower side. Joe was dead on 2, but 20 red. Alice Williams up in the Hellcat, 635, taking on Jake Narr, the battery charger killer, 542. When they go to Narr, 1 above 8 for the win as Alice big time red. She'll have to buy it back. Tower side, Brent Miles in the S10, 557, taking on the far lane, 648. Give the win to the far lane, 651-1 on the 648 with a 32 late. Tower side, 34 at the hit, breaking out 1 whole one. Had a chance there, took 39, had to take 29 or less. Joe Soriano, 522 here in the Roadster. Taking on Nelson Belot, 573 in the pickup. Got to give props to B&M Performance. They built the motor in this thing here, tower side. Had an issue on Friday that was nobody's fault. Just a very weird fluke. They took it home, took it completely apart, rebuilt it, and Soriano going rounds. 524-0 on the 522 with a 12 late, gets the win as Nelson 34 at the hit, goes 577-2 on the 573 for the loss. Mike Modet, 697 over in the Lucas Oil lane. William Carroll here, tower side, 638. That is definitely not a 79 Monza here, tower side. Final call for all cars. Final call for all cars to 5 and 6. Final call. All cars. If you've not ran your laps here in round number 1, need you to 5 and 6. Win late, give it to Modet. 27, puts it a 10th above. As Carroll 2 tenths above here, tower side is no good. Mike Dugan. Dugan dialed in at 601, taking on Brian X, 639 over in the far lane. And Dugan dead on with a 5 to be 36 total. X 007 red, 2 above 8. Will hit the buyback window. Nathan Mendenhall up now, 622, taking on Tom Spangler, 672. Nathan Mendenhall, 3, 1 above 1 to be 14 total as Tom Spangler is 15 and in the way. 673-6 in the 672 and buying it back. John Hedeberg in the Mustang, 651. John Petruski here, tower side, 686. Petruski was down to 3 last night in the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout. Edinburgh takes the 001 margin of victory. He's 26, 2 above 2, as Petruski probably gave that one back. 19 to a 26, goes 689.0 on the 686 for the loss. Brandon Skelly, 617, taking on Jamie Talbert. Talbert, 625, over in the Lucas Oil lane. Talbert will move on. 13 total, 10 dead 3. Skelly 18 on the hit and no good. Breaks it out 3 thou on the big end. Bill Moore 593 taking on Denny McCloskey and the wheel stand and Firebird 653. Billy cleared the screen on me too fast there, so that's Billy's fault. Sorry about that. Tower side, Dan Wally, 599, taking on Ethan Sutherland, 676. Sutherland hangs him way out there, gathers it back up, but not going to be good enough. Wally will move on. 6 flat with an 8 on 599 with a 22 late. Sutherland 678, 3 on the 676 for the loss. I'm going to guess this is Dan Northrop here, tower side, 577. Mike Nessinger over in the wagon, 616. Winlake, give it to Northrop, 580 with an 8 on a 577 with a 002 late as Nessinger 1 above 3 to be 112 total and no good. Ray Fordyce here, tower side, 648, taking on Paul Scribani in the Camaro, 565. Winlake, give it to Paul. 32, 1 above 7. Moving on. Fordyce, 34, and 3 above 9 on the 648 dial. $5.99 the dial for Lorelei Hoover over in Lucas Oil Lane. Pro Torque Lane, tower side, Sal Balomo. Win light goes to Sal, 2, then 6 above 4, as Lorelei turns it 10 red, throws away dead on 4. That's an automatic buyback. You got to buy it. Far lane, 676, tower side, William Gill, 720. Give the win to Gill here, tower side. 722.5 on the 720. Far lane turns it red. Goes 677.3 on the 676. Kyle Murray back up, 617, taking on Wayne Kelly, 686 in the Pontiac. Like to say hello to all those on Diamond State Digital, watching at home. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Be sure to like and share. Send it to all your family and friends so they can all tune in to the 8th Annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars battle off the bottom. As Murray grabs the win there, 32 total, takes out the 39 reaction time of Wayne Kelly. 1 above 5 on the 686 dial. Regan Fox, 612. Over in the Lucas Oil Lane Pro Torque Lane tower side is William Hines in the F100, 624 the dial. Win light, give it to Fox. Dead on with a 9 to be 45 total. Hines was 24 up front. Couldn't get it done on the big end. 003 margin of victory. And only 106. I'm going to say he gave that one back. 626.4 and 624 and headed to the buyback window. Scott Franks Jr., 730. Taking on Joe Dedrick in the Camaro, 552. Give the win to Dedrick. 550 with a 2 on a 552 with a 30 light. Frank's 006 red goes 2 above 7 on the 730 dial. Eddie Tice 713 here tower side. Jared Horn 723. Win light, give it to Tice. 714.9 on the 713 with a 17 light. Horn was late at the hit, then breaks it out. 719 with a 2 on the 723. Steve Crack here, tower side. 657 taking on Jeremy Stoker in the Camaro. 650. Stoker with a nice, probably 75-foot burnout past the tree this morning in the reaction time challenge. Get the win by 002 to Steve here, tower side. 585.5 on the 577 with a 22 late Stoker. 18 to the hit. 652.1 on the 650 for the loss. Vinny Arguero out of Immokalee, Florida. 624 in the Lucas Oil Lane. 566 here, tower side for Jeff Holly. Give the win to Jeff. Dead on with a 4 to be 65 total as Vinny turns it red. 625-2 on the 624. John Troxel, 596. In the total combustion machine, taking on Kevin Core and the Demons, 689. Win light, give it to Core. 693.8 on the 689 with a 22 late Troxel. Dead on with a 3, but 88 total wins you nothing here. Richard McNichols, 630. And the Mustang taking on Mark Pettit-Demange, 627 in the 82 Camaro. Double 09 margin victory, give it to McNichols. 1 above 4 on the 630 dial. Pettit-Demange puts it 4 above 0 on the 627 dial for the loss. James Brown here, tower side. $546. Farlane Lou Sassel, $577. Win light, give it to James Brown. 005 puts it 1 above 6 to be 21 total. Sassel is 2 above 0 to be 127 total with the loss. Adam Graham back up now. 676 for Patches, taking on Tom Scripignano. 651 for the S10. Win leg, give it to Tom, 008, breaking it out, 9 thou in the double breakout run, as Graham breaks it out big time, 671 4 and the 676 for the loss. Matt Patterson, 658, taking on Kyle Core, 645. Win light, give it to Kyle Core, 651-2 on the 645, then 18 late Patterson, 659-6 on the 658 for the loss. Mike Fornwalt back up, 599, taking on JT Banks, 643. Winlight, give it to Banks. Dead on with an 8 to be 11 total. 14 of the hit, wasting gas, puts it one above 3, and we'll buy that one back. Cody Hoover, 656, taking on Grant Nichols, 622. And I was going to say that had to be wrong because that's Lee Zane here, tower side. Give the win to Lee Zane, 008, breaking out fourth thou. As Nichols turns it 13 red, puts it 624, 1 on the 622. Tower side 613, taking on Andrew Bercudo in the far lane, 623. And the door says it's Bill Wilson here at tower side. Give the win to Bercudo. Dead on with a 6 to be 39 total. Takes out the 52 reaction time of Wilson. Wilson 611 with a 2 and a 613 for the loss. Mike Bryson back up in the S10, 636. Taking on Dave Harvey III, 663. Double A margin victory go to Bryson, 638-2 and the 636 with a 35 late. Harvey, 44 at the hit, goes 665, 1 and a 663. Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M back up, 613 the dial, taking on Rick Larens, 578. Get the win to Rick, 11 at the hit, dead 7, 18 total. Mendenhall 002 up front, took 19, I take 16 or less, breaks it out 3 thou. Eddie McBride, 598, taking on Paul Northrup, 628. Cam Murray said to let everybody know that Paul is sponsored by Uline. Get the win to Paul Northrup. 629.7 on the 628 with a 30 light. He's hanging right there in that 25 to 35 range. Eddie McBride, 599.4 on the 598 for the loss. Finney Cusimano, 682, taking on Cody Hoover, 672. And yes, Donald Oxford. Richard McNichols is on the property today. You just missed him. I do believe he won first round. Could be very wrong, though. Dead on with a 1 is Vinny. Go 23 total is Hoover. 008 red. 674.4 and the 672. 588 the dial for Greg Myers here at Tower Side. Frank Mathiori Jr. over in the Lucas Oil lane, 585. Or is it John Northrop? Not really sure. Guess we'll find out. Attention to pits. Attention to pits. We'll take foot brake double buybacks to 1 and 2. Foot brake double buybacks to 1 and 2. Foot brake double buybacks to 1 and 2. Give the wind light over to the far lane. 581.3 on the 585 with the 38 late. We'll go with Matthew Ori because that's what it says in the computer. As Greg Myers, 586.7 on the 588. Tony DiLeonardo, 592 here, tower side, taking on Evan Poust in the wheel stand in Vega Wagon, 652. Once again, we've called doubles. Doubles for foot brake buybacks to 1 and 2. Foot brake doubles for buybacks to 1 and 2, please. Win late, Evan Pouse, 651.3 on the 652 with a 35 late. Tony DiLeonardo breaks it out more, 589.9 on the 592 for the loss. Sean Nichols, 646 over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Dan Northrop, 577 here, tower side. Winlay gave it to Nichols, 006, then puts it 4 above, 0 to be 46 total, takes out the 65 late of Northrop, 578.7 on the 577 for the loss. Chris Gonier, last night's winner, 20K richer, 636, takes on Denny McCloskey and the wheel standing Firebird, 658. Final call for double buybacks to 1 and 2. First call for red run stickers to 1 and 2. Red run stickers to 1 and 2 for buybacks. Re-entry round to 1 and 2. Foot brake red. Red run stickers to 1 and 2. McCloskey might grab the bounty hunter. He does. Dead on with an 8. 12 total. Takes out Chris Gonier's 31 total. Chris, 22 dead 9. That'll win you a lot of laps. But McCloskey throws down and grabs $100. So once again, we need
Once again, we need all foot brake re-entry to the lanes, please. All foot brake re-entry has been called into the lanes to get back into today's $10,000 to win main event. Kevin Mendenhall, if there is a bye in the re-entry round, you have it. Just be aware of that. Kevin Mendenhall, you are sitting on the wait-and-see bye in the re-entry round. Once again, foot brake re-entry needs you to the lanes, please. We have our first round best losing package award. It's going to Kurt Holland. You have a free buyback waiting for you in the base of the tower. Once again, Kurt Holland, best losing package of round number 1. They didn't give me the package, but it sounds pretty good. So Kurt Holland, you have a free re-entry in the base of the tower. Once again, foot brake, need you now, please. Foot brake re-entry, need you to 2, 1, and 2. And spillover will go to 3 and 4. All right, making the last pass on the tractor. Attention out there in the pits. We're going to take trans brake re-entry doubles to lanes 5 and 6, please. If you're leaving off the popper and you are doubled up in our re-entry round, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time, please. Trans brake re-entry doubles 5 and 6, please. All right, first pair in the re-entry round. Oh, God, we're doing this again. No names. Jed Narr and Will Winthrop going to be the first two. Billy is going to throw me the assist where he can today. 6:30 for the Malibu over here in the Pro Torque side, taking on Jed Narr, running with no hood. 590 dialing. Holy moly, we're starting off with a double red light, and the winner is going to be Jed Narr. Jed Narr had the better of the two red lights, and it was 40, and that's how we're going to leave that pair. Jed Narr back into round number 2. Nelson Belot Jr. and Dave Keaton nearly dialed heads up here. Belot, Rent-A-Ride Nitro Fish Machine, dialed in 576. 577 for Mr. Keaton over there in the Camaro. Really appreciate the cooler run that Dave ran for us last night. Very much appreciated up here in the tower. Got another big-time red light. This one is for Dave Keaton. Nelson Belot going to make his way back into round number 2. 020 and 3,000 at 117. Attention out there in the pits. Trivia.
Love it. All right, here it is. First person to the tower with a selfie with a dog wins a prize. First person to the tower with a selfie with a dog wins a prize.
All right, thank you, Sam. As we got Steve Dustin, left side, 717, and 648 dialing over there in the right lane. Big time advantage for Dustin, win light for Dustin. 39, take 18 to be 6 above. Right side is 651 on the 648. To be, I think that's about 119 total. Next pair going to be Joe Goldie. He took me out in round number 5 last night. Dialed in 691 here in the Malibu, taking on Mark Ketterer in the Aspen, 738 dial-in. Goldie way out in front of this race. Here comes the drop from Ketterer, no good. 16 and 4 above, taking 7th thou for Joe Goldie, moving back on. As Mark Ketterer, 739 on the 738 to still be 7th thou behind. John Olcott, right side, dialed in 750. Rolling her in deep, taking on Kurt Holland. Dialed in 607 in the Camaro here, left side. Once again, Transbrake doubles for re-entry will take you to 5 and 6. Transbrake double re-entries will take you to 5 and 6, please. Kurt Holland with the advantage. Kurt Holland with the win. 30 and 5 above gets it done. Olcott 753 on the 750 with the 076 reaction time. No good. Attention out there in the pits. We'll take all Transbrake re-entries to 5 and 6. Spillover will go to 7 and 8. All Transbrake re-entry to lanes 5 and 6, please. If your electricity did not turn on in round number 1 and you are a Transbrake vehicle, we'll take you to 5 and 6. So all re-entry has been called into the staging lanes. Mike Franek, right side, dial 625. Take it on the 685 dial in over here, tower side. Franek got some work to do and not going to make it work. 39 dead on 8 for the left lane, moving on. Franek was dead on 2 to be 68 total and still left him 21 thou behind. Rob Reiner, left side in the Nova, dialed in 619. Going to get the head start over Richie Hoffman, dialed in 579. Hoffman going to click it 3,000 pink. Give the win light over to Reiner, who's 20, dead on 5 for 25 total. Gets him back into round number 2. Nice lap there for Mr. Reiner. As next pair already coming to the ready line is Brandon Karagizian and Layla Gockley. Gockley in the pick-em-up truck, dialed in 718 over there in the Lucas Oil lane, taking on Karagizian. 713 dial in for the two-tone Malibu. $200 advantage going to the Malibu. Win light going to the pickup truck by 1 thou. Brandon Karagizian gives it back. 29 and 3 over. Leaves him 1 thou behind as Gockley is 47, 1 above 4 to be 61 total and moving on by 1 thou. Jillian Kleinfelter. Another pickup truck over here on the right side. Dialed in 702. Taking on Scott Tupper. Dialed in 582. Kleinfelter rolling deep. Tupper turning it red by 2 thou. Give the win to Kleinfelter. 47 and 1 above 9. Tupper runs 583 at 116, and he'll be done on that entry here on B&M Performance Sunday here at the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Jesse Marshall coming up in the Barracuda left side. Dialed in 680, taking on one of the Tice Mobiles. Dialed 747. Big time advantage in this one is going to the Mopar. Win light is going to the Mopar on a double breakout. Marshall is 18, taking 42 to be out by 3 thou. Right lane out by 5 thou. Just need to get a little bit more behind to turn on the win light there. But nonetheless, Jesse Marshall going to go back in around number 2. Tower side over here, dialed in 691. Third gen Camaro over on the right side, dialed in 712. Big time advantage going to the tower side. Win light is going there as well. 23 taking 32 thou at the finish line to be 7 above. Right side 716 on the 712 and still behind by 3 hun at the stripe. Dennis Core in the hee-haw. Dialed in 677, going to be having a long wait as tower side dialed in 1118. Here comes Dennis Core. Can he turn on the win light? He can. He was behind at the tree, but he sneaks around by 0008 at the finish line. 680 on the 677. Towerside had the starting line advantage, 028, but puts it 6 above and ends up 8/10 thou behind. Dennis Core going to come back in around number 2. Left side, Nova dialed in 702, taking on Sage Embley in the Trins Automotive Camaro, dialed in 592. stage turns it a little bit pink by 6 thou, gives the automatic win to the tower side, who's 7:04.8 on the 7:02 at 95 miles an hour. And moving back into round number 2. Lee Raskovitz, right side dialed in 654, taking on Ron Myers, left side dialed in 6 flat, as I'm getting some assists from the promoter here. You bring the guy from New Hampshire, he doesn't know that many people. Advantage Myers, but he goes down and breaks it out. Win light going to go to Raskovitz. 41 dead 5 for 46 total. Myers was 29, got there first 50. Broke it out by a lot, 35 thou at 119. Mike Lombardo, left side, dialed in 734. He's close to the tower, taking on the Mustang right side, dialed in 621. And the Mustang's going to be passing the Camaro right about now. And the Mustang's going to be going on. 041 and 5 above at 100 miles an hour. Still got there first 90. Left side was 1 above 4. And we'll just leave it at that. 90 behind. Bobby Murphy, 626 dial in for the pickup truck. The RBRA sponsored run. If you guys haven't gotten on that yet, I know I haven't, but very, very popular. Eric Bowles, coming up right side. I believe that says double vision, but I don't got my glasses on. 645, I'm seeing double apparently. 645 dial in for Mr. Bowles. Good one here, 5 thou separate them out to the 8-mile stripe. We got Bobby Murphy turning on the wind light. 36 dead on 2 for 38 total. Locks out the 041 reaction time of Bowles. Tried to drop anchor down there, 646 at 100. Almost worked. But Murphy stays on the right side of the math, and we'll move on. Dan Northrup coming up in the Stalker. 727 dial in. And taking on Caleb Klein in the Dodge Dakota, dialed 646. Dan hit it with the double step, and unfortunately, the light is going to match the color of the car, and that's red. Caleb Klein going to move on 60 and dead on 4 for 64 total. Going around number 2. Rob Hockmiller, right side, dialed in 570, giving up a slight head start to Robert Smith, who's dialed in 582. Once again, doubles, make sure you're getting back into the staging lanes for re-entry if you are doubled up in the re-entry round. All re-entry has been called at this time. So if you're doubled up, please make sure you're getting back into the lanes for the re-entry round. Smith with the starting line advantage here. Smith with the win light. How about 18 dead on 8 for 26 total? Hockmiller was a little bit closer to the dial, dead on 2, but he left too much at the starting line with the 066 reaction time. Robert Smith lays down a nice lap, gets himself back into round number 2 for $10,000. Got little Travis Hill in the Coors sponsored Mustang. I love that. We don't have any up here in the tower yet, but I bet by the end of the day we will. 618 dial in right side, taking on Andy Purcell's dialed in 599. Got a bunch of drivers and cars that, well, I wouldn't know them anyway, but we got 2 guys up here that are helping me out. Both drivers carefully putting them in the beams. Advantage going to Purcell. Win light is going to Andy Purcell, 34, 1 above 0. Locking out the 046 reaction time at Travis Hill, who goes 620 on the 618. Andy Purcell going to move on. Got South Mountain over here, left side, dialed in 802, and Theo Myers dialed 589 in the Camaro. Problems for Myers. We'll see what happens down at the other end. And he's out of it. 825 at 70 miles an hour. Unfortunate for Theo Myers. He left 004, but unfortunately he still hasn't even broke the 60-foot clocks. An unfortunate break there for the Myers team. I guess that wasn't Myers. It was Bruce Patrol. We're blaming Andy on that one. We're playing racing roulette today, where what that is there's no names on the screen here, and we're just guessing, so we're bound to get a few wrong. Definitely mislabel a few cars here and there too. Walt Adams, right side, going up against Trish Witt as we continue on here with re-entry into our B&M Performance Sunday 10K. Adams is dialed in 684, and Trish Witt's dialed in 569 here, tower side. Good one here, 8 to a 16. Win light is going to show up for Trish Witt, who's 16 and 2 above, as it looks like Walt Adams having some trouble down there. Puts it 12 above after a 008 leave. But Trish Witt's going to benefit. Move on into round number 2. Alan Yount taking on Travis Paquin. Yount in the Roadster, dialed in 581. Paquin in the Camaro, going to roll in deep, dialed in 772. Advantage in this one's going to the car with doors, and so is the win light. 29, take 30 to be 2 above 2. Gets Travis Paquin into the next round as Yount was 45 and 3 over. Steve Dickey, left side, dialed in 604. Hey, there's a name on the screen for that one. 69 Camaro taking on Mark Ketterer in the Aspen, dialed 738, coming back around for his second on the re-entry side of things. Got another good one. 4th thou separate him. Advantage going to the Mopar. Win light goes to the Chevy. 21 take 1 thou. Goes 1 above 6 to be 37 total. Ketterer had the light, was 17. But 2 above 1 leaves him 13 10 thou behind. Steve Dickey going to move on. Brandon Skelly taking on Layla Gockley. Gockley dialed in 718 in the pickup truck. Skelly 617. Over here, tower side. Skelly is big time red. Going to give the win to Gockley, who's 716 on the 718. After the 055 leave. Skelly runs it out 616 on the 617 at 110. Just because. Jonathan Martin going to roll up now. Dialed in 584, just like he was yesterday. And taking on the Corvette right side, dialed in 645. Martin going to have some work to do at the finish line. Can't make it happen. How about 15 total in the right lane? 11 dead on 4 for the Corvette. Martin was dead on 4 as well, but left 036 at the tree. And he's going to lose that entry for the day. I don't know if this is Tim or Jeff. We're just going to say Allenbach on Allenbach crime, I believe. 608 left side to 664. Definitely not how they drew it up, and the left side's going to turn it red, given the wind of the pickup truck. Run 662.9 at 104 after the red lights start. Left side, Mustang dialed in 669, taking on Nelson Belot Jr. in the rent-a-truck, 575 dial in. Nine thou separate him. Advantage going to Belot. Win light goes to Belot. 27 take 1 to be 3 above 6. Left side was 36 and 2 above, and left him 1 thou behind. Belot going to advance on that entry as well. Joe Goldie and Will Winthrop going to be the next two. Goldie 691 dialing in the Malibu. Winthrop 632. Winthrop going to click this one red. Goldie 689.7 on the 691 after the red light start from Winthrop. Looks like Bo Reeves left side, dial 615, taking on little Grant Nichols, 624. LG's in trouble. Finish line says he's in trouble. 10 dead 9 for Bo Reeves getting the win. Nichols took 8 thou to break it out by 27. No good. 19 pack for Bo Reeves. Gets him into round number 2. Tower side here, dialed in 589, taking on the Challenger, dialed in 636. Tony DiLeonardo going to pick up the win. He's 005 and 8 above at 115. Right side had a little bit of room, took 17, broke it out by 13. No good. Tony DiLeonardo moving on. Eddie McBride and Bill Wilson, the next two. McBride dialed in 598, 613 for Bill Wilson. Advantage going to Wilson. Win light goes to Wilson on a double breakout. 24 take 5 to be 5 thou under. As McBride is 35 and 11 thou under. Needed to get a little bit more behind her. Here comes Kevin Mendenhall. He's sitting on the potential wait and see buy on his other entry, dialed 611, taking on Mark Latoy, dialed in 580. Latoy turns at 2 thou red. And he'll drop that entry as Mendenhall is 12 and 5 thou under. And we'll see if he comes back around and gets the buy on his other entry. Dave Harvey, 3 right side, dialed in 663. Harvey going to be 6th. Going to be sick, not 6. He's 5 thou red, though. Left side, 6:15.8 on the 6:16, left with a 1:03 reaction time. Harvey going to bow out on that entry for the day. Dan Wally and Tom Scrifignano, we found him. He was our parts call last night. 6:52 dial in, and Wally dialed in 6 flat. Wally, big time advantage in this one. Win light going to Dan Wally. He's 11 take 6 to be 1 above 9. Scriff breaks it out by 13 thou to still be behind by 6 thou. And Dan Wally going to move on in round number 2. Once again, trans brake, double re-entries. Make sure you're getting back. Trans brake, double re-entries, and foot brake, double re-entries. Make sure you're getting back. Joe Theodore, 582 dial in, taking on Lorelei Hoover, dialed in 599. Lorelei going to end her day on that entry with a red light, as Theodore is 26 dead on 3 for 29 total. Nice lap for Joe. Gets him back in round number 2. Oh, we got one of the Franks here, left side in the Camaro, dialed 732, taking on Ethan Sutherland, dialed in 678. Ethan with the wheels in the air as he passes 60-foot cone. He is behind in this race, but guess what? He's still got the win light. 29, get there first a bunch to be 1 above 7. Franks was 003, but missed it at the other end, 744 and a 732. Ethan Sutherland going to get back into round number 2 on that entry. Brian X, right side. 643 dialing, going to get the slight head start over Shannon Fordyce, dialed in 627. Ninth out, separate him. Out to the 8th mile stripe, and Winlight's going to show up for Shannon Fordyce on a double breakout. X took 23, broke it out by 17, had to take 6 or less. Fordyce is under by 3 thou and moving on. Dennis Gerhardt, left side, dialed in 589. Vinny Argerio. Over in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed 624. And Argerio is going to move on as Gerhardt lights at 17 thou red. Argerio 625.7 at 105 on the 624 prediction. And moving on. Jared Horn, left side. He's in the MILF Mobile, taking on, say, Vince McMahon. The MILF truck is in full control, moving on. 007 and 9 above gets there first a lot. As right side breaks it out by a thou trying to get there. Mike Bryson taking on Jed Narr. Bryson, one of the media regulars, out in 637, taking on one of the J Bros, out in 591. Eighth thou separate him here. Advantage going to the J Bro. He's got the win too. 22 dead on 3. Locks out Mike Bryson's 030 on the tree. He's dead on 2 for good measure, but 7th thou in front is Jed Narr, and he's going to move on. William Hines, left side, dialed in 626. I'm getting a lot of assists up here for Mr. Anderson. And he's taken on, I believe that's Denny McCloskey. Not entirely too sure. He's dialed 657. In Pops Firebird. McCloskey, big time advantage. Womp, 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 3 and take 23 to be 1 above 7 at 94. Hines puts it dead on 0 to be 43 total, but it's no good because D-Mac left with a 003 reaction time. One of the Hoover cars, right side, dialed in 674, taking on the Mustang here, left side, 634. Carson Hoover with the win, 007, and 676 on the 674 as left side turned it big time red and puts it dead on 1, no good. Here's a good matchup, Jeremy Stoker and Mike Fornwalt. Fornwalt dialed in 6 flat. He's on the tower side. Stoker dialed in 651. He's over in the Luke Soil side, right lane. Mike Fornwalt is 12 and has a big time advantage. He's got the win. 12 take 10 to be 3 above for the win. As Stoker 1 above 2 It was 045 on the lead, gave Mike Fornwalt way too much room there to sneak in. Attention in the pits, last call for re-entry. If you bought back in and have not gone down the track yet, last call for re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Last call for re-entry to the staging lanes, please. Drivers, if you are coming back around lane 7, re-entry to lane 7 if you still need to come back up. Left lane picks up the win here, 001 and 5 thou under, as Skelly is 25, 7 thou under. Needed to drop the nose just a little bit more down there. 2 thou margin of victory going left side. Ray Fordyce, 651 dial-in. Taking on the total combustion right side. I believe that's a Troxel, 595 dial-in. Oh, he's starting this one red. Ray Fordyce is going to move on. 21 and 22 thou under. Once again, last call for re-entry. Last call for re-entry. We'll take you to lane 7 if you're still coming back around for your double. And attention out there in the pits. We will take round number 2, foot brake doubles to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 2 of our B&M Performance Sunday 10K. We'll take you foot brake doubles, that is, to lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake doubles 1 and 2, please. And just for good measure, Jason Lawrence, 135P. You will be on the wait and see buy for round number 2. Once again, Jason Lawrence, 135P, the car number. You'll be on the wait and see buy for round number 2. Win light there goes left side. 12 dead 9 takes out Lee Zane's 31 and 2 above. Pair of Camaros here. 23 now separate them. One of them is perfect. And the perfect reaction time is going to get the win. 000 and 3 above 2 for the right side. Adam Graham, that is. Laying it down, 000 at the hit. Left side was 4 above 5 after the 023 leave, and that's no good. Tony DiLeonardo, 591 dial in left side, taking on Evan Paust and his wheel standing wagon, dialed in 652. Three Huns separate him up here. Win light goes to Paust. 27 take 13 to be 1 above 7. DiLeonardo dead on 0 to be 57 total and 13 thou behind as Evan Paust will get that entry back in. Bill Carroll coming up tower side in the Roadster, dialed in 640. And Matt Patterson in the pickup truck, dialed in 658. Patterson with a pretty comfortable advantage here, turns it into a win light, 011 on the tree and 5 above 5. As Carroll 644 on the 640. And we'll leave him 13th thou behind. Little Grant Nichols back up. Looks like he's taking on Jeremy Kleinfelter. Kleinfelter dialed in 680. Nichols dialed in 624. Nichols clicks at 12 red, and that's unfortunately going to end his day. Although I guess he could potentially be in the change your luck race. I don't know how he did yesterday. 0.25 for Kleinfelter and 12 thou under going to get the win light there. I think that's Bill Wilson back up again, 613 dial in, taking on Mark Latoy, 578 in the Vega. Mark is going to be sick. Mark was 002 red on his first entry, comes right back around and clicks it 001 red. Wilson was late and nearly a tenth above. And that is heartbreak for Mark Latoy. Eddie McBride and Dave Harvey 3. Harvey's going out to Vegas in a few weeks. He'll be running Sportsman, not in this vehicle, not in the Le Mans. 664 dial-in as McBride's dialed 597. And McBride turns it 002 pink as Harvey going to advance on that entry. 17 and 1 hunt under for the win light there. And it looks like we have reached the end of re-entry because we have Kevin Mendenhall in the water box. And he's going to be running solo. Fouled in 612. So once again, round number 2 of B&M Performance Sunday 10K foot brake doubles. We'll take you to 1 and 2, please. Foot brake doubles. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Mendenhall clicks at 12 red and out to the 8th mile stripe. 610 with a 6 at 107. So that'll wrap up re-entry. So from here on out, it's 2 go down and 1 come back until we crown a winner for $10,000 here at the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom, circa 2024. Oh, by the way, parts call. I need a golf cart to the base of the tower. I'm not walking back. Anybody got a golf cart, then bring me back, please. Appreciate it.
Yes, definitely very important there to give Cam a ride back. Somebody's got to have a golf cart. Worst case, we'll take a scooter. He'll hold on tight. Go ahead and give me foot brake red to 1 and 2. Final call for doubles and foot brake red. First call to 1 and 2, please. Round number 2, foot brake red. Need you to 1 and 2, please. Got Midtown Tire and Auto round number 2. Need foot brake red to 1 and 2, please. All right, we've got a challenge. First person to the bottom of the timing tower wearing 2 different socks wins a prize. First person wearing 2 different socks wins a prize. We'll take all the foot brake now, all the foot brake, red and green to 1 and 2. So we've called doubles, red and green for round number 2, Midtown Tire and Auto. Round number 2, we have called all colors to the lanes. 6. And Keaton is in trouble here. At the stripe, win light, no magic. Give the win to Phillips. He's 15 total, 1 above 2 with a 003 reaction time. Takes out Keaton's 37 reaction time. Dead on 7 pass. Seth Phillips moves on to round number 3. Walt Haas in the J. Lawrence Camaro 638 take on Joe Goldie here, tower side 690. Win light, give it to Joe Goldie. 008 to a 002, double breakout run. He goes 689.1 on the 690. Haas goes 636.8 on the 638 for the loss. DJ Clark, 664, taking on Marty Flegel in the pickup, 621. Woodlight, give it to Flagel. He's 1 dead 2, straight nasty. 3 total. TJ Clark, 7 total and wasting gas. Or 7 on the hit and wasting gas. He's 2 above 0 to be 27 total and headed to the trailer. Trenton Sayers, 640 here, tower side, taking on Sean Conway Jr., 926 in the S10. Lay down a nice lap in round number 1. Woodlight, give it to Trenton Sayers, 76 at the hit, goes 641.6 on the 640. Conway missed it that time and puts it way above for the loss. Scott Smith in the Monza, 599, taking on Chris Culp in the Camaros, 590. Winlight, give it to Scott Smith, 601.2 on the 599 with a 21 light. Culp missed it up front, goes 591 with a 3 on a 590 for the loss. Brett Schlitting, 587, taking on Jeff Alback in the pickup, 664. Winlight, give it to Albach, 33, breaking it out, 660 with a 1 on a 664. As Schlitting, 587.2 on the 587 is no good after he turns it red. Becky Mendenhall up in the pickup, 621, taking on Tanner Kutzers in the Camaro, 599. Winlight, give it to Kutzers. He's 1 above with a 6 on the 599 dial with a 43 reaction time. Becky turned it red and ended her day. Mike Barbone, 662, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 692. Winlight, give it to Harvey. He's 10, 2 above 8 to be 38 total. Barbone, 29 at the hit, puts it 3 above 2 for the loss. Brandon Michaels back up, 705, taking on Richie Hoffman, 580 in the Grand Am. Winlight goes to Michaels, 1 above 0 to be 43 total, takes out Hoffman's 49 reaction time as he goes 581.7 on the 580 dial. Nelson B-Lot back up in the pickup. Taking on Joe Clark in the Nova, 710. Get the win to Joe Clark as Belot turns it big time red. Goes 577.1 on the 576. Clark 708.7 on the 710. Robert Smith here, Tower Side 583, taking on Brandon Karagizian 713 in the Malibu. Get the win there to Karagizian, 21. 2 above with a 5 on the 713 dial. Smith, 38, goes 585.1 on the 583. Trish Whip back up, 569 on the Camaro, taking on Britt Olson in the Mustang, 637. Win light, give it to Britt Olson. 641.1 on the 637, the 46 light. Trish, very unconventionally, takes 79. Needed to take 70 or less to get the win. She will be kicking herself without a doubt. Big Travis Hill and the Daddy No Bucks Falcon, 591, taking on Calvin Klein, not the model, 649. Calvin Klein, 12 dead, 8 to be 20 total. Takes out Hills, dead on 0 run, 45 total. No good. Patrick Conway, 758, taking on Joey Harrison, 646. Joey Harrison, 28 dead, 1 to be 29 total is Patrick Conway, 008 red, throws away dead on 0. Set up for kill, just missed it. Ray Barlow, 594, taking on Layla Gockley, 717 in the S10. Winley give it to Barlow. 595, 1 on the 594 to be 51 total. Gockley with 17 up front, gets there 37, had to take 34 or less. She is out of here on that entry. John Nugent, 691, taking on Bobby Smith, 622 for the Mustang. Winley goes to Bobby Smith, 623 with a 7 on a 622 with a 19. Late Nugent, 695 2 on a 691 with a 44 is out of here in round 2. Jillian Kleinfelter, 703, taking on Joe McLaughlin, 817. Don't forget, if you haven't found any electricity in a money round, you still have a chance to win some money. The Change Your Luck race, presented by Morris Transit Auto. That'll be coming up here in a little while. If you haven't won any money, we'll go ahead and start taking sign-ups down at the base of the tower for that. Joe McLaughlin gets the win there, 21, puts it 5 above 0, be 71 total. Jillian, 36 on the hit, puts it 5 above 1, and is no good. Tim Albach and the Camaro, 611, taking on Peter Morris, tower side, 632. Will Winthrop, we need you to the base of the timing tower, please. Will Winthrop, we need you to the base of the timing tower, please. 003 margin of victory, give it to Pete Morris. He's 1 above 5 on the 23 reaction time to be 38 total. Moving on is Tim, 15 on the hit, puts it 2 above 6 at 109 and gives that one back. Travis Paquin, 771 in the Camaro. David Myers here, tower side, 683. Winley give it to Travis. Trip, zip, 2 above 9 to be 29 total. Takes out Myers' 60 reaction time. Dead on 9, 69, and out of time. Jana Embley, 746. Taking on Bobby Pip, 723. Pip turns it red, throws away 724.9 on the 723 as Jana 747.2 on the 746 will move on. Stephen Baker in the Mustang 592 taking on the Super B of Dennis Core 676. Winley goes to Stephen Baker, 009 red, goes 590 with an 8 on a 592. Dennis Core was 39 red, goes 677 1 on a 676. Kyle Murray, 617, taking on Soggy Dunn. Soggy going to try to change his luck here in the left lane, 633. Win light, give it to Kyle Murray. Dead on with a 6 to be 33 total. As Soggy 11 up front, can't get it done on the big end. That is subpar driving, sir. Took 40, had to take 22 or less. There, Mr. Dunn. Andy Purcell, 6 flat. Matt Witkowski, 6:31 in the Pontiac. Winley give it to Purcell, dead on with a 3. As Witkowski, 16 on the red side, is out of here. Tina Lacey, 578, taking on Steve Long in the Mustang, 673. Winlight give it to Steve Long. 008 goes 676.4 on the 673 as Tina turns it red and goes 581.5 on the 578. Cam Murray, my announcing partner up here. Gave me a little break there during buybacks. Didn't even ask. He just did it out of the kindness of his heart. That's the kind of person he is. 6:30 the dial for the driver out of Southampton, New Hampshire. Definitely not New Jersey. Billy, you're fired. Actually, Shane put that one in. Shane put that in, so Shane is fired. Terry Sachs here, Tower Side, gets the win as my boy gives that one back. Sachs, 26, dead 5 to be 31 total. And Cam, 005 up front, puts it 2 above 7 at 105 to be 001 behind. Dave Miller, Tower Side, 704, taking on Jason Burrier, 688. Give the win to Dave Miller, 702.4 on the 704 with a 15 light, 10 red was Jason, goes 691.1 on the 688. Jonathan Martin, 583 in the S10, taking on Butch Weinrich, the former world champion, 736. Jonathan got that one just a little too much, turns it 2 red. Gives the win to Butch. Butch is 1 above 2 to be 24 total. Martin was 1 above 4, and he is out of here. Rory Winnie, 614 for Rory. Matt Hockmiller in the Camaro, 587. Winlight, give it to Rory by 008. He's 15, 2 above 3 on the 614 dial is Matt. 37 dead 9. Doesn't do it. 46 total and out. Scott Tupper in the Vega 582 taking on George Dallas in the Corvette 645. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need trans brake doubles to 7 and 8, please. Trans brake doubles to 7 and 8, please. Winlight, give it to the Corvette, 646.9 on a 645 of the 24 light. Tupper turns it 001 red, then goes 580 with a 6 on a 582. Stephen Dickey in the Camaro 605, taking on Mike Franick 625 in the Dart. Winlight, give it to Franick, 28, 627.5 on the 625 dial as Dickey breaks it out, trying to get there. Breaks it out 3 thou on the 605 dial. Franick will move on to round number 3. Lee Ratzkovich over in the far lane, 654. Caleb Klein here, tower side, 647. Both drivers doing their job up front at the stripe. Ratzkovich does the job all the way. 10 total, 2, dead 8. Caleb Klein, 3, gets there 16. Had to take 5 or less to run it dead on 0 and get the win. Great laps. Zach Rothenberger, 709 here, tower side, taking on CJ Ketterer in the Maverick. 645. Ripping it on the big end, and the win goes to CJ Ketterer. 648.4 on the 645 dial with a 10 late. Rothenberger was 45 to the hit, puts it 711 with an 8 on a 709 for the loss. Denny Renninger, 743, taking on Eric Ott, 647. Once again, we've called doubles for trans brake to 7 and 8, doubles for trans brake to 7 and 8. And the Change Your Luck race sign-ups are available down at the bottom of the timing tower. Anybody that didn't visit the pay window all weekend, head down to the bottom of the timing tower, get signed up for your free entry. Change Your Luck race, $1,000 to win. Denny Renninger, dead on with a 9 to be 40 total. Eric Ott, 4 red, 1 above 9, and done for the day with that entry. Robert Reinert here, tower side, 621, taking on Dave Dissinger in the Monza, 644. Win light goes to Dissinger, 645, 8 on the 644 with a 28 light. Reiner, 62 at the hit, throws away dead on 6. Has 68 total, does nothing for him. Bubba Linky, last night's runner-up, 653 in his stocker, taking on Jesse Marshall, 678 in the Cuda Tower side. .007 margin victory, give it to Jesse Marshall. 22 at the hit, goes 681-2 on the 678 as Linky is out of here in round number 2, 656-6 on the 653 dial. JT Schaefer, 633, taking on Dale Gerhardt, 593 in the Chevy sedan. Win light, give it to Gerhardt, 37, 1 above 7. Moving on, Schaefer, 11 red, and cuts it loose on the big end. Marty Flagel back up in the S10, 620, taking on Alfred Reeves here, Tower side, 616 the dial. .009 margin victory going to Flagel. Dead on with a 0 to be 21 total. Reeves with 19 up front puts it 1 above 1 on the 616 dial. Just missed the dial on that one is all that came down to. Chris Gonier, last night's winner, 637, taking on Scott Embley, 647. Win light, give it to Gonier. He's 23, breaking it out fourth. Thou as Emily turns it red big time and then goes 650 with a 1 on a 647. Kevin Lacey here, Tower side, 673, taking on Jamie Cologne, 672 in the Camaro. Win light goes to Cologne, trip, zip, 3 above with a 4 to be 34 total. Takes out Kevin's 54 reaction time, dead 0. Decent laps, but the win goes to Cologne. Rich Pennington taking on Jamie Horton. Pennington here, Tower side, 582. Jamie Horton, 666 in the Lucas Oil lane. .004 margin victory going to Pennington. Dead on with a 5 to be 55 total as Jamie Horton 1 above 2 on the 666 dial with a 47 late. And Pennington moves on. Kyle Gockley, 594. In the pickup, taking on Russell Cannon in the Camaro 611. Win late goes to Cannon. 1 above, 0 to be 66 total. Takes out Gockley, 70 reaction time. So he goes 596-1 on the 594. Kyle Harrell here, Tower Side, 644, taking on Bobby Murphy, 626 in the pickup. Windlake give it to Murphy. 37 goes 623.4 on the 626. Kyle Harrell goes 639.7 on the 644. Cam back up now, see if he can do a little better on the driving job this time. Last time was unacceptable. 630 the dial. Todd Thurman, last night's shootout winner, 632 here, Tower Side. Does the driving job that time. 36, dead 8 to be 44 total. Takes out Thoman's 46 reaction time, 1 above, 0. Murray will move on with 1 entry. The Cone Killer, Kurt Holland, 608 the dial. Taking on Layla Gockley, 716 in the S10. At the straight, Winlight, give it to Gockley by 004. She's 27, dead 0. Takes out Kurt Holland, 10, 2 above, 1. Looking at the mile an hour, he ripped it a little bit, may have given it back. Joe Goldie, 689 in the Malibu, taking on Paul Werner, 706. Little Malibu wagon crime here. Winlight, give it to Goldie. 690 with a 4 on a 689 with a 007 late. Warner, 705.8 on the 706. Breaks it out, gets there first. And really had to be tight on that one. Had to take quadruple 0. Seth Phillips, 605, taking on Marshall Wardrobe, 801 in the Comet. Looks like the chat bleachers are ramping up a little bit there on Diamond State Digital. Thank everybody for tuning in on there and your support. As always, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and share it with all your friends and family. 009 margin of victory goes to Marshall. 005, dead 8 to be 13 total. Seth Phillips was 13, dead 9, a great lap, but nothing doing. Marshall moves on. DJ Clark, 665, taking on Steve Dustin. Stone Cold dialed 713 in his Mustang. And Dustin with issues late at the hit and way off on the big end. Give the win to DJ Clark, 007. Goes 671.8 on the 665. Nelson B-Lot back up in the pickup, 577, taking on Scott Smith in the Monza, 599. Get the win to B-Lot. Dead on with a 9 to be 49 total. Scott Smith, dead on with a 2 red. Kind of a perfect lap in some books, but the 2 red's no good. We'll take Transbrake Blue to 7 and 8 with any carryover to 1 and 2. Transbrake Blue to 7 and 8. Win late goes to Sean Conway. 934.5 on the 926 with a 68 late as William Snyder turns it red and then shuts it down early. Trish Witt back up in the Camaro 568. Going to try to redeem herself. She messed up a little bit on the big end that last lap, but I have faith in her. She'll get it done this time. Brett Schlitting 588 over in the Camaro. And we'll actually take all of Transbrake to 7 and 8 with carryover to 1 and 2. All of Transbrake. So we've now called all colors for all categories here in round number 2. Midtown Tire and Automotive round number 2. Identical reaction times. This one will come down to the straight. Win light. Give it to Trish Witt by 004. She's 29, dead 6 to be 35 total. Schlitting is 29, 1 above 0 to be 39 total. And Trish Witt moving on with 1 into round number 3. We'll take all of Transbrake to 7 and 8, carry over to 1 and 2. All of Transbrake has been called to 7 and 8, carry over to 1 and 2. Also, sign-ups are available for the Morris Trans and Auto Performance Trans Change Your Luck race at the bottom of the timing tower. Also, a reminder, if you've got money, if you have won money yesterday, and we'll be paying third round loser today as we eclipse the 250 entries again. Thank you all for your support for that. As Brandon Michaels grabs the win there, 005 breaks it out 3 whole ones. Mike Barbone, 003, red, throws away dead on 8. Robert Smith, 584, taking on Joe Dedrick, 551. So once again, we do pay cash here with FRBR, so please come get your money. If not, Sam's going to spend all of it if it's not collected. She's going to go on a shopping spree. Dedrick gets the win as Smith turns it 008 red and goes 580 with a 1 on a 584. Dedrick 550 with a 1 on a 551. We'll move on to round number 3. 594 the dial for Bill Moore, taking on Sean Nichols, 646 in the Mustang. At the stripe, give the win light to Sean Nichols, 008, 1 above 3 to be 21 total. Bill Moore, 24, 1 above 0 to be 34 total. And out of here in round number 2. James Brown, 547 for the Soulful Singer, taking on Andrew Bakudo, 623. Win light by 002, give it to Bercudo. He's 19, 1 above 7 on the lap for the win. James Brown, 23, 1 above 5 for the loss. Dan Wiley, 601, taking on Paul Northrop, 628. Win light, give it to Northrop, 627.2 on the 628 with a 38 light. Wally, 21 at the hit, breaks it out more, 599.2 on the 601 dial. Gino Picozzi, 630 here, tower side. Cody Hoover in the Camaro, 677. Win light, give it to Hoover, 678.1 on the 677 with a 21 light. Picozzi, 58 the hit, goes 631.5 on the 630 for the loss. Adam Graham here, tower side. Track manager at MIR, 672 in patches, taking on Eddie Tice in the Monte Carlo, 714. And I just got confirmation that my little loves at home are watching along at home. So hi, Mason. Hi, Delaney. And hello to my wonderful, beautiful wife, Paige. That allows me to come do all this shenanigans with Andy and Shane. Win light, Adam Graham, 003, margin of victory going his way, 676.0 on the 672 with a 40 light. Eddie, 14 up front, goes 720 with a 9 on 714 and is no good. Matt Patterson up now in the S10, 660, taking on Evan Paust, 654 in the Vega wagon. Win light, Evan Paust, 18, 1 above 3 to take the 007 margin of victory as Patterson, 25, 1 above 3. No good. Vince Cusimano, 681, taking on Kevin Core, 689 in the Demon. And Core with issues. Give the win to Vinny Cusimano, who does the right thing and gets out of it. And Core with a broken rear end underneath the Demon there. So we'll be down for a few minutes as we get him off the track. This is a good time while it's nice and quiet to remind you that if you have round money from yesterday or today, as we will be paying second round winners, third round losers, as we're over 250, please make sure you come and get that. Because if not, as I told you, Sam has already planned on everything she's spending it on. So blame her and go to see her at the bottom of the timing tower to yell at her and collect your money because it's yours, not hers. If you were in the way bonus last night and you haven't collected your money, please do so. And just please make sure you grab your money. And if you were unable to claim any money because you haven't made it to the money rounds today, come to the first floor of the timing tower, sign up for the Morris Trans and Auto Performance Trans Change Your Luck race. $1,000 to win, free entry. And it's open to anyone who didn't visit the pay weekend window all weekend long. If anybody's got a good camera on them, I believe this is a rare opportunity to get a photo of Shane working. And Core's car off the track. We're ready to go back to it. So drivers in the water, fire them back up. And Kirk Ticken has let me know that the next car up is a Oldsmobile, not a Chevelle. I am just a screen reader, so my apologies there. Kirk has always been a good supporter there on the Diamond State Digital channel. But next up, JT Banks Jr. here, tower side, 643, taking on Rick Lawrence, 578 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Win late, give it to Rick. 581.0 on the 578 with a 35 late as Banks turns it red. Goes 644.2 on the 643. Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side, 611. Bill Wilson over in the far lane, 613. Also, we've called all cars, all colors, all cars, all colors to the lanes for round 2 of competition. Win late, give it to Mendenhall, 614 with a 0 and a 611 with a 32 late. Wilson, 615 with a 0 and a 613 with a 52 late. Mendenhall moves on. Trenton Sayers back up in the Mustang, 639, taking on Dan Northrup, 583 over in the John Northrup machine. I don't know. I'd still contend that might be John over there. We'll see. Either way, there's a Northrop behind the wheel. Here comes Northrop at the stripe. Win light, Northrop. Dead on with an 8. 007 up front, 15 total. Sayers 17 on the hit and wasting gas. 640 with a 6 on 639 and done for the day. Jake Narr, Mr. Battery Charger Killer himself, 543 here, tower side. Taking on Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 653 for the wheel standing machine out of New Jersey. Winlight, give it to Narr. He is 008 up front, 546.7 on the 543 at 123 as McCloskey misses that one, breaks it out. 1 thou. Wouldn't have mattered anyways, though. Narr moving on. Bo Reeves here, tower side, 617, taking on Travis Paquin, 771 on the Camaro. Windley, give it to Travis. 3 above with a 1 on the 771 dial with a 14 light. Bo breaks it out. 17 at the hit. Had room. Took 33. Needed to take 28 or less to find some electricity. Mike Dugan. Dugan, 602 the dial. Taking on Lee Zane. 659 for the killer over in the Lucas Oil lane. And Dugan will move on. 001 breaking out to thou. Lee Zane, 005 red, goes 655 on the 659. Done with that entry. Nathan Mendenhall up now. The Trash Can Killer, 622. Taking on Ethan Sutherland, 678. And win light goes to Mendenhall. Double red light there. Mendenhall 009 red, 621.5 on the 622. Ethan Sutherland turns it big red. It goes 682.9 on the 678. Mike Fornwalt, 6 flat the dial, taking on Dave Harvey the third, 665 for the Pontiac. Throttle game being played on the big end. Win light, give it to Fornwalt, 602.4 on the 6 flat. Takes out Harvey, 666.9 on the 665 of the 19 late. Fornwalt moving on. Mike Bryson, 637. Taking on Mike Nessinger, 616. And big throttle game getting played here, tower side, as Mike Bryson. He's one above 2 to be 17 total as Nessinger breaks it out 8 thou and way late at the hit. Jeremy Kleinfelter, 679 in the S10, taking on Jednar in the Camaro, 591. And we'll be down here for just a second. Attention in the pits. Sal, your delivery of spark plugs has arrived and is in the base of the tower. Sal's delivery of spark plugs has arrived and is in the base of the timing tower. First person to the timing tower wearing a helmet, but you cannot be a racer. A non-racer wearing a helmet. First person to the timing tower wins a prize. While it's quiet, as some of you all start heading out, we want to make sure we thank everybody once again for coming out and supporting the 8th annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle off the bottom from FRBR Promotions. I want to thank each and every one of you who showed up here this weekend. It's been an outstanding turnout. And other than the all-time greatest miss by the weather forecasters on Friday, we've had a beautiful weekend yesterday and today. So thank you to the racers for supporting this race and making it as great as it is. Thank you to the sponsors, Midtown Tire and Automotive, Morse Trans and Auto, Safeco Insurance Access Insurance Agency, ISC Sales Master, C2 Competition Converters and Machining, Roadrunner Race Fuels, B&M Performance, Diamond State Digital, and Blittersdorf's Automotive. Thank you to Maple Grove Raceway, all the great crew here. And again, just thank you to all the racers and their families that have come out and supported or allowed the racers to be here to participate. And on your way home, we hope you have safe travels. Get back home safely. We'll see you the next time, which will be at Maryland International Raceway coming up in November for the Foot Brake Feast. If you don't have that one on your calendar, put it on there now. And somebody get up with Shane and Andy to sponsor the live feed so you can hear me again. I think it sounds like a great idea. So track crew's got everything cleaned up. Get the tractor parked, get the burnout pad sprayed down, and we'll be back to racing action here in just a few minutes. All right, I should probably say just a few seconds versus a few minutes as the engines roar back to life. So here we go. Jeremy Kleinfelter, Jed Nahr, 679 for the pickup, the Camaro 591. Kleinfelder 008 red gives the win to Nar, who's 005 up front. Dead 0-5 total for Jed Nar. Laying it down out there. Kleinfelder 8 red, then puts it one above 3 on the 679 dial. Still no name in the driver over in the Lucas Oil lane, 650. William Hines here, tower side, 623 in the F100. Issues for the F100. And far lane gets the job done. Sal Belomo here, tower side, 6 flat, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 692 over in the Lucas Oil lane. Wonder if this is the Sal that needed the spark plugs. If so, Sal, your spark plugs are here. Win light, give it to Dave Harvey Jr., 695.3 on the 692 with a 43 light. As Sal, 18 up front, but then 611 with a 2 on a 6 flat, no good. And Eagle Eye Swigert down there on the starting line has spotted something coming off one of the cars. We're sending the crew down to check it out. Next up will be Ray Fordyce in the S10, 651, and Kevin Spencer in the Mustang, 624. And we're back ready to go. Drivers are pulling them in the beams. We're ready to race. (12 to a 13). Win light to the 13. 626.8 on the 624 is Kevin Spencer. Fordyce 655.3 on the 651 is no good. Joey Soriano 520 taking on Tom Scrivignano 649. Get the win light to Soriano, 21. Gets the job done as Scrivignano turns it red and ends his day. William Gill, 722, tower side, and taking on Mike Moday in the Lucas Oil lane, 701. Neither driver got it, but the win light's going to go to Moday, 711 with an 8 on a 701 dial. And Gill, dead on with an 8. To be 174 total in the loss. John Troxel, 594. Taking on Jeannie Northrup in the Camaro, 579. And Jeannie's going to move on another round. Troxel turns it red. She goes 581.8 on the 579. Troxel 596.9 on the 594 for the loss. Joe Theodore 582 taking on Kyle Core in the Nova. His wife's Nova specifically. 646. Winlight, give it to Theodore. Dead on with an 8 to be 34. Total Core turns it 004 red and breaks it out 1 thou. Tough lap there for Core, who went lots of rounds yesterday. Shannon Dice Girl, 4 dice up now, 626, taking on Jamie Talbert, 626 in the Gentleman Lady Joust. I'm sure TJ be proud of that one. Winlight, give it to Talbot. Dead on with a 0 to be 48 total. Dice Girl, 35 and 4 above. 630 with a 2 on the 626. Jeff Holly, 565, taking on John Hedenberg. Hedenberg, 653. Winlight, give it to Hedenberg, 654.4 on the 653 with 47 late. Holly here, Tower Sides, 569.2 on the 565 with a 37 late for the loss. Lou Herforth here, Tower Side in the Falcon, 625. Regan Fox, 613. Give the win to Lou here, Tower Side, 008, 2 above, 6 for the win as Fox dead on with a 6, but 104 total is not going to get it done. Vinny Argerio in the Plymouth out of Immokalee, Florida, 627, taking on Kyle Murray here, Tower Side, 617. Give the win to Murray. 003 red, but gets the job done. 615 with a 4 on a 617 is Vinny. 18 red and goes 625.9 on the 627. Jonathan Gagnon, 655 in the Malibu wagon, taking on the fast Chevy Camaro. Paul Scribani, 566. Winlight, give it to Paul. He's 005 red, goes 569.6 on the 566. Jonathan is 24 red, goes 657.4 on the 655. Theo Myers up now, 590. Taking on Andrew Bercudo in the Firebird, 624. Win light, give it to Bercudo, 19, 3 above with a 7 on the 624 dial as Myers missed it on both ends. 593.8 on a 590. Jared Horn in the El Camino, 722. Dave Dissinger, 644. Get the win to Dissinger. 23 the hit goes 645.0 on the 644 dial as Horn breaks it out. 718.2 on the 722 with a 39 late. Bill Moore in the Cougar, 595. Taking on Eddie Tice in the Monte Carlo, 716. Win late by 002. Give it to Bill Moore. He's 27, 2 above 0 to be 47 total. Tice, 27 identical, 2 above 2 to be 49 total in the loss. Steve Cracked here, Tower Side, 658, taking on Sean Nichols in the Mustang, 647. Win late to Sean Nichols, 11, bringing out 1 foul, dialed in there. As Steve turns at 27 red, then goes 661.3 on the 658. Richard McNichols, 631 in the Mustang, taking on Paul Northrop. Northrop, 628. At the straight, 009, margin victory. Give it to Richard McNichols. Dead on with a 7 to be 25 total. Northrop, 27 on the let go. Had no chance whatsoever. Throws it dead on 7. Great lap, but no good. Dan Wally back up now. 601, taking on J.T. Banks Jr., 644. JT Banks is in a lot of trouble. JT Banks is out of here. 609.2 on the 601 with a 28 late is Dan. And Banks 6:45.5 on the 6:44 tells you all you need to know there about his reaction time. Tony DiLeonardo, 5:91 in the Mustang. Evan Poust in the wheel stand in Vega wagon, 6:54. Win light, give it to Poust, 21, dead 5, 26 total. Leonardo, he goes 008 red, and then 592, 1 on a 591. Adam Graham back up 674. Taking on Cody Hoover in the Camaro, 676. Give the win to Adam Graham, a 005, 678.8 on the 674 with a 17 late. Hoover, 51 at the hit, goes 677.9 on the 676. Joe Dedrick up in the Camaro, 550, taking on Matt Patterson in the S10, 661. Win late by 005. Give it to Patterson. Dead on with a 6 to be 27 total. Dedrick 12 up front, puts a 2 above 0 on the 550 dial, and is no good. Vinny Cusimano here, tower side, 681. No information on the driver over in the far lane, 616. Get the win to Vinny. 682.5 on the 681 with an 11 late. Far lane 004 puts it 618.4 on the 616 and no good. 002 margin of victory coming here tower side. James Brown back up 548, taking on Rick Lawrence 579. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Can we get foot brake doubles for round number 3? Morris Performance Trans, round number 3. Foot brake doubles. Round 3 to 1 and 2, please. Win like 004 margin of victory. Give it to James Brown. Dead on with a 0 to be 5 total. Rick Lawrence is 2 dead 7 to be 9 total. Both drivers laying down killer laps right there, but no good. Kevin Mendenhall here, tower side in the Chevy twice. 612 the dial, taking on Frank Mattheori Jr., 583 over in the far lane. Or it could be John Northrup. Not sure who it is. Woodlight give it to the Lucas Oil Lane. 585.4 in the 583 with an 11 late. Mendenhall missed it there. Dead on 0 to be 46 total and no good. Denny McCloskey here, tower side, 653, taking on Jason Lawrence. That will bring us to the end of the round. Here in round number 2, we need foot brake doubles to 1 and 2, foot brake doubles to 1 and 2 for round number 3. Good matchup here. McCloskey is 4. Lawrence is 13. Winlight, McCloskey, 17 total, 4 dead, or 4 1 above 3. As Lawrence puts it 4 above, drops anchor at 94 miles an hour, and feeds all the stripe to Denny McCloskey. But Lawrence not moving on. D-Mac is headed on. Final call for foot brake doubles to 1 and 2. Final call for foot brake doubles to 1 and 2. First call going out for the rest of foot brake to 1 and 2.
Jamie Colon, you are the wait and see by for third round on your J106 entry. Jamie, we know you're already down there, so bring her back around when you're ready to J106, and we're good to go. We have called doubles. Anybody still doubled in foot brake? And also foot brake red stickers. Our lucky loser for second round with the worst red light of the round, J.T. Banks Jr., 1972B. J.T. Banks, come up to the base of the tower and get your lucky loser prize.
Hey, why it's quiet? Let's do another one. The first person to the tower to bring me a fishing pole wins a prize. Yes, a fishing pole.
We'll take the rest of foot brake. So all foot brake has been called. Doubles, red, and green now. Doubles, red, and green. If you're a foot brake car and you're still in for round number 3, please make your way into lanes 1 and 2, overflow into 3 and 4. Drivers in 1 and 2, load up. Drivers in 1 and 2, load up. All of foot brake has been called. Trans brake doubles, you are on a short standby. Trans brake doubles, you are on a short Stand by as we push towards round number 3.
Hey, let's do one more. You ready? First person to the tower to bring us a spare tire wins a prize. Yep, a spare tire.
Round 3, first pair to the starting line. The 79 Malibu of Joe Goldie against the Camaro of Jamie Cologne. Both drivers still doubled. Cologne's second entry going to be sitting on the bye. Both drivers away green. Goldie, 18 thousandths in his pocket. And left side, Joe Goldie gets the win. 37 total to the 37 light of Jamie Cologne. He got there a thou to break out a thou. Judging by the old mathalator here, it looks like he needed to take 5 10,000ths or less to win a dead heat. Great lap there by both, but Goldie pushes it through. Now it's Slim Shady, Slim, right side still doubled, going up against Scott Smith in the Monza. Not sure if Scott still has 2. And Scott's 14 and 11 thousandths behind. Slim, 003 and doesn't get the win. He might have gave that back. Smith, 20 total. Left side, he's 14 dead 6. Slim put her 2 above 6 at 96 miles an hour after 003 reaction time. Now we got Rich Pennington and old Lee K. Lee out of Southampton, New Hampshire, is 95 Dakota. Just 3,000 separate these two. Slight edge to Keybum. And the win light, I'm going to give it to him. Lee Keybum, 18 dead 1. Locks out the 21 dead 2 of Pennington on the left side by 4 thousandths of a second. 19 takes out 23. 3 pairs and 3 nasty laps thus far. Now it's Joe McLaughlin. He's in the left lane in the Malibu, going up against the 78 Malibu of Dennis Latoul, which is a lot easier to say than Brandon Karagizian. A lot less syllables. That's his alternate ego. He's down 714, going to be spotting a second to Joe on the left-hand side. Joe knocks her in deep, taking out that top bulb. 1,000 separate these two. The battle of the Malibus. Whiter the tan. Give it to Massachusetts. Latoul, 2 above. As McLaughlin slowed, giving Brandon what he needed to work with, and he almost worked it a little too hard. Got there first by 1,000ths of a second. Right lane. Dennis Latoul moving on. Andy Purcell in the Rent-A-Ride. That is Dave Quinter, 74 Ford, going up against Dave Dissinger. Dissinger in his own ride. He's out of Landisville, out 644, getting spotted 43 100ths of a second. And Dissinger has 73 thousandths to work with, and he doesn't mess those up. Though he tried. He's dead six, taking 53. When you know, you know. 12 total. Purcell missed it on both ends and ends his day. Now we got Dave Miller going up against Stephen Baker. Miller, the Nova on the left side, down 702. Baker in the right lane, 87 Mustang, down in at a 593. And Baker turns it 9 thou red. Miller's 22, 3 above, gets the win. Both drivers slow on that pass. Though it looks like Baker rolled out of it based on the mile an hour. Chris Gagne, our $20,000 winner, already got cracked with one entry, thanks to Denny McCluskey, who collected the FRBR Bounty Hunter bonus of $100. This time, Britt Olson is going to try to end Chris's weekend. Britt dialed 639, right side, 88 Mustang. Gagne dialed 637. $15 is the second best light. Down 100th, Gagne, 005 dead, 813 total. Locks out the 15 light of Olson. He got there 18 thou, had to break out 20 thou to make it happen. No chance. The math not in his favor. Chris Gagne moves on. Now it's Marty Flegel in the first of his two entries. He's got that S10 out of Ephrata, dialed 620, spotting just a couple tenths of a second to Terry Sachs. And he got it all back and more. 31 thousandths of a second advantage for Flegel, who takes the comfortable win. He's 37 thousandths above, 51 total, gets him there 28 thousandths. Terry missed it at the hit, didn't hit the number. Not a recipe for success if you're running Marty Flegel. Now we have Calvin Klein. Calvin dialed 649 on the right side. Dale Gerhardt in that unique 38 Chevy sedan. Left lane out of nearby Reinholds, he dials 595. Means we have about a bulb of differential between these two drivers. Gerhardt turns it 27 red, giving the win to Klein. He's 36, one above two. That gives him 48 total. Right side gets the win. I need double entered trans brake cars to 5 and 6, please. Double entered trans brake cars to 5 and 6. Double entered trans brake cars, 5 and 6. Steve Long out of Linthicum, Maryland, 675 the dial-in on that Mustang, going up against the 662 predicted truck of Jeff Allenbach. And Allenbach moves on. Long clipped it just a little early. He's 8 thou red. Allenbach, 37th, 3 above. Not the best lap. But when the electricity is on your side, it doesn't much matter what you do. Dave Harvey Jr. needs no accolades or introductions. Everybody knows that man. He's got his 68 Valiant down in at a 692. Going up against Pete Morris. Normally a top bulber playing, not even sure if he's foot or transfer. He's got to be foot. 67 Chabelle. Both drivers green, 200 separate them. Neither one murdered it, but the edge goes to Harvey, as does the win light. As it's looking slow out there this round. A lot of people a couple hundreds off. Harvey's 57 total to get the win there. Take the stripe by 23 thousandths in the right lane. Trans brake doubles to 5 and 6, please. Trans brake doubles, you are wanted in 5 and 6. As we move on, we have Denny Renninger left side. Renninger, the 2023 NHRA Division I champion in Street Eliminator and a World Finals runner-up. Going up against Joey Harrison out of Woodbine, Maryland. Running a Chevy Monza, dialed 647. 4,000 separate these two. Slightest of edges to Renninger. And the win light to Renninger. He's 14, 2 above, giving him 36 total. Gets him there by 31. As Harrison wasn't covering the number, and he might have been flat out. Might have just slowed up more than they were predicting. So Denny Renninger left lane with the win. Bobby Murphy III was trying to go to New Media. Couldn't get in there. Decided, you know what, I'm going to swap some feet and see how that goes. Going all right so far. He's still doubled. Dialed 625, going up against George Dallas in the Corvette. Dallas been a racer here very sporadically in the last number of years, but in the 90s was a power player here in Pro ET. He's leaving first by about 0.2 of a second. And he's going to get the win light. Murphy, 6 thou early. Ends that entry. He'll have to come back around for number 2. 48 total gets the job done for Dallas, right side. Big old smoky burn out there for that 2002 S-Dime, the Nitro Fish FRBR truck, piloted this weekend by Nelson Belot. Making it look a lot better than I have this year. Still a fun ride, though. He's down 577, running against Travis Paquin. Paquin was our Dash for Cash winner yesterday. Pocketed $800 in that massive Dash for Cash. Covered his weekend. Gotta love it. Gotta love all the opportunities FRBR gives you to get some money back in your pocket. These two would tangle up in the New Hampshire, New England area. And in this battle, Paquin turned it 6 thou red. Nelson ready for him, though. 008 up front. And then 24 thousandths under. Is he holding? Did he know? We'll never know till next round. Belot moving on. Trenton Sayers out of Virginia. His 86 Mustang dialed 640 going up against Tanner Koutsaris. Tanner out of Penn Argyl, which is in Pennsylvania. 70 Camaro dialed 601. All right, we're going to take the rest of trans break to 5 and 6. All trans break has been called to 5 and 6. Sayers turns it 12 thousandths red, ending his weekend. Koutsaris 37 and a thou under, not a bad lap. Pushes him forward into round number 4. Everybody that signed up for the last chance race, among about 10 other names I've heard as people come in to sign up for it. You all have a lot of colorful language to describe your performances thus far, but that can all change after third round of the main event when that free entry, $1,000 to win race kicks off. We'll call you towards the end of round 3 here, lanes to be determined, but if you are in that race and need to warm your car back up, now would be the time to do that. Joe Clark goes 5 thousandths red here, giving the win to Ray Barlow. He's 6, dead 8, 14. Joe can't feel too bad about that red light. He had to have all of that to have a chance to get inside that 14-pack of Barlow. Congratulations to the Mustang driver. Moving on. And now I'm going to move the microphone back on to our smooth voice for the entire weekend. The voice of FRBR, one Chad Cathell. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, sir. I had to make a parts call delivery. So, took care of that. Down to my friends, the Mendenhall / the Connors. As Bobby Smith grabs the win there. Breaks it out to Thou. 27 on the hit, but Jesse Marshall, 24 red, goes 682. 1 on the 679. And Smith will move on. Mike Franek back up in the dart. 626, taking on Rory Winnie. Rory 615. Double 09 marks of victory good here, Tower side. Dead on with a 4 to be 65 total as Rory takes out Franek. Franek is 51 and 628. 3 on the 626 for the loss. We've called all of trans break to 5 and 6, all of trans break to 5 and 6, so we've called all colors for foot brake and trans break. Seth Phillips, 606 in the Barracuda, taking on Sean Conway Jr., 935 in the S10. Get the win late here, Tower side. Seth Phillips, 602 with the 1 on a 606 with a 13 late as Conway turns it big time red and throws away dead on 2. DJ Clark, 664 here. Tower side, Layla Gockley in the S10, 716. Win light 009, give it to DJ Clark. 668, 3 on the 664 with a 20 light. The pickup of Gockley, 720 with a 3 on a 716. No good. Clark will move on. Marshall Wardrobe here, Tower side, 802, taking on CJ Ketterer in the Ford Maverick, 643. Win light 007, give it to CJ Ketter. Goes 645, 6 on the 643. Wardrobe 8014 on the 802 is out of here in round number 3. Trish Witt, 568 in the Camaro, taking on Butch Weinrich in the Lucas Oil Lane, 737. Win light, give it to Trish Witt. She's 569 too in the 568 with a 33 light as Weinrich turns it red. 15 goes 735 7 on the 737 in the losing effort. Russell Cannon, 612 in the Camaro, taking on Jana Embley here, Tower side, 749. Dead on with an 8 is Cannon. 32 total there. Jana Embley, dead on with an 8, but 98 total. Doesn't win most laps and did not win this one. Joe Goldie, 690, taking on Cam Murray in the Duster. Duster dialed in at a 630. And Murray all over this one. He is 40 total, going 634.0 on the 630, so he has trip zip up front. Might give him the bye, I don't know. Joe Goldie, dead on with a 0 to be 67 total, but no good. Brandon Michaels here, Tower Side in the Camaro, 705, taking on Lee Ratzkovich in the Mustang, 654. Win light, give it to the Pro Torque lane. Brandon Michaels, 707.3 on the 705 of the 007 reaction time. Lee, 655.9 on the 654, but 67 at the hit is no good. Marty Flagel in the S10, 620, taking on Adam Graham in the Camaro, 675. Win light goes to Flagel, 008, then 2 above 5 for the win light, as Graham is 14, and then 679.5 on the 675. No good. Vinny Cusimano here, Tower Side, 683, taking on Sean Nichols in the Mustang, 647. .009 victory goes to Sean Nichols, as he is dead on with a 2 to be 34 total. Vinny, 31 at the hit, 1 above 2. Good lap, but not good enough. Far lane, Frank Mathiori Jr., 585, taking on Bill Moore in the Cougar here, Tower Side, 595. Win light, give it to Mathiori, 582.6 on the 585 of the 20 light, as Bill Moore turns it 11 red and goes 597.8 on the 595 for the loss. Matt Patterson in the pickup, 662, taking on Andrew Bercudo in the Firebird, 624. Win light, give it to Bercudo, 24, 2 above 9 for the win, as Matt Patterson dead on 8, but 73 total is no good. Lou Herperth here at Tower Side, 626, taking on Evan Paust in the wagon, 656. Winlight give it to Paust. 28 up front goes 658.6 in the 656 as Lou laid it hit. Fornwalt 603 taking on Jednar 591. Winlight give it to Fornwalt by 002. He's 10, one above 5 to be 25 total. Nar dead on with an 8, 19 up front and behind at the end. Joe Dedrick 551 taking on Mike Bryson 637. Final call for all cars for round 3. Final call for all cars in round number 3. Lanes 5 and 6 for round 3. Final call for all cars. Here comes Dedrick. They're identical at the start at the stripe. Winlight, Dedrick, 552.3 on the 551 dial with a 33 light. Bryson goes 640 with a 2 and a 637 with a 33 light as well and is out of here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need round number 1 of the Morris Transit Auto Last Chance Change Your Luck race to 1 and 2, please. The Change Your Luck race to 1 and 2. First round of competition. No information on the driver in the far lane. 650 tiled in against Dan Wally. Wally will get the win as he goes 13. Far lane turns at 21 red. Then goes 652.5 on the 650. Wally dead on with a 3 to be 16 total. Richard McNichols here, Tower side. That is Donald Oxford's number 1 person here in the chat bleachers. 631 the dial, taking on Jake Narr, 544 for his machine. Morris Performance Trans Change Your Luck race to lanes 1 and 2, please, for round number 1. Last chance race to 1 and 2. Get the win to Jake Narr. He's 24 total. McNichols, 003 red, breaking it out 4th thou. He'll be done for the day. Mike Dugan, 602 for the Nova, taking on Kevin Spencer in the Mustang, 625. Spencer, Dugan turns at 10 red, throws away dead on 9. Spencer, 1 above 3 to be 25 total. And we'll move on to round number 4. Joe Theodore, 582 here, Tower side in the Monza. And Paul Northrup, Team U-Line, dialed 628. Windlay, give it to Theodore. 009, one above two to be 21 total. Northrop turns it 20 red and cuts it loose. Kyle Murray, 617, taking on Jamie Talbert, 626. Final call to 1 and 2. Final call to 1 and 2 for the Change Your Luck race. Final call to 1 and 2 for the Change Your Luck race. Win light, give it to Kyle Murray. One above one to be 27 total on the lap. Jamie Talbert 20 up front, two above 8 to be 48 total and out of here. Kevin Mendenhall, Mr. B&M Performance himself, 614, going up against Mike Moday, 702 in the Mustang. Give the win to Kevin Mendenhall. Double red light there. Moday with issues. Joe Soriano, 523 in the Roadster, taking on Denny McCloskey in the wheel stand and Firebird, 652 for the driver out of New Jersey. Winley, give it to McCloskey. He's dead on with an 8 to be 26 total. Soriano dead on with a 7 to be 49 total and out of here in round number 3. James Brown, 547, taking on Dave Dissinger's Monza, dialed in at a 642. Give the win to Dave Dissinger, dead on with a 1 to be 5 total. Flat nasty there on that lap. James Brown, red and over. 550 with a 7 on a 547. Nathan Mendenhall, the Trash Can Killer, 621, taking on Cody Hoover, 676 in the Camaro. Winley, give it to Mendenhall. Dead on with a 7 to be 30 total as Hoover breaks it out. 19 up front. Breaks it out 13 on the big end. Took 24, needed to take 11 or less to find some electricity. John Hedenberg, 6:53 in the Mustang, taking on Bobby Murphy III. Little Murph, 6:24. Throttle game being ripped on the big end. Winlight, give it to Murphy. 6:26.7 on the 6:24 with a 003 reaction time. Hedenberg, 6:55.0 on the 6:53 with a 17 is no good. Jeannie Northrup back up, 5:81 for her, taking on Vinny Cusimano, 6:83. Get the win light to Jeannie. 5:83.3 on the 5:81 with a 13 light. Vinny breaks it out. 6:82.2 on the 6:83 with a 27 light. Rick Lorenz here, tower side, 5:79 in the Oldsmobile. Taking on Paul Scribani in the Camaro, 5:68. Get the win light to Scribani as Rick turns it red. Scribani 5:69.2 on the 5:68. The 15 light will move on to the next round. Travis Paquin here, tower side, 7:74, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 6:92 for Harvey. Get the win to Dave Harvey there at 11. 2 above 3. Moving on, Travis turns it red and cuts it loose. Dan Northrup, it says here, tower side, 5:84. Taking on Andrew Bercudo in the Firebird, 6:24. Win light given Andrew Bercudo, 27, 1 above 0 to be 37 totals. Northrup is 28, 1 above 1. Give the 002 margin of victory to the Firebird. Adam Graham back up, 6:79, taking on Sean Nichols, 6:47 in the Mustang. Win late, give it to Nichols. 655.7 on the 647 as Graham has issues. 32 at the hit and then way off. Evan Powell, 655, taking on Jamie Cologne, 671. And this will finish up Morris Performance Trans round number 3. And we'll head into the Morris Performance Trans Change Your Luck race coming out next. Give the win there to Jamie Cologne, 674.0 on the 671 with a 006 late as Paus breaks it out. Fourth out, got there by 8. He'd take 4 or less. Give the win to the Malibu Wagon, 708.9 on the 707 with a 002 late Tower Side, 658.5 on the 657 for the loss. The big grocery getter. Big grocery getter, 649 Tower Side, Firebird, 695. Win late, far lane, 650.3 on the 649. Tower Side breaks it out, 686.6 on the 695. Far lane, 589. Tower Side, 691. Win late, far lane, 10 up front, puts it 2/10 above for the win is Tower Side with a late reaction time and issues. Tower Side 608, far lane 645. Win late here, Tower Side, 004, puts it 615.0 on the 608, and we'll move on. Far lane, 746, Tower Side, 695. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need C2 competition converters and machining round number 4. Foot brake doubles to 5 and 6. Foot brake doubles to 5 and 6, please. Actually, round number 4, we need all doubles to 5 and 6, all doubles to 5 and 6. We are combined in round number 4, so we need all doubles to 5 and 6. Attention the pits. Lucky loser of round number 3, Jana Embley. Jana Embley, you have won. Head to the bottom of the timing tower. Once again, we need all double entries for round number 4, trans brake and foot brake. Trans brake and foot brake, all doubles to 5 and 6 for round number 4. Car number 347X, you are the wait and see by. Car number 347X, you are the wait and see by. We need all doubles for round number 4 to 5 and 6. Farlane gets the win there. Dead on with an 8:21 total. Tower side, Shannon Fordyce, 6:26. And I think Walt Haas probably over there. Maybe Jay Lawrence, 6:46. Win light, give it to the Lawrence machine, 006, 47 with an 8 on a 46. Dice Girl, 28-6 on the 26, and out of here. Mike Barbone, 664. Farlane the Mustang, 634. We'll get all cars for round number 4, the main event. Round number 4, C2 competition converters and machining. Round number 4, we need all cars to 5 and 6, please. All cars to 5 and 6. Farlane gets the win there, 12, one above, 6 to be 28 total, as Barbone out of here. Tower side, 598. Farlane, 578. Win late Farlane, 581.7 on 578. Moves on. Tower side, 723. Farlane, Jeremy Kleinfelter, 683. Win late far lane 594 with the 9 on 591. Once again, we don't have any names on these drivers in the computer, so I apologize. 732 tower side, 719 in the far lane. Win light tower side 10, 735, 7 on 732. Far lane breaks it out 8 thou. Far lane 583, tower side 597. It's not 100%. Not 100%. Don't want to announce it. Win late far lane 588, 1 on the 583. The 006 late. Moving on. Tower side, Becky Mendenhall, 620. Far lane 634. JT Schaefer, possibly? Question mark? It is JT Schaefer, says Billy. So I know I have to be right if Billy says I'm right. Win late tower side, Becky goes 621-0 on the 620 with a 32 late. JT 637-5 on the 634 for the loss. And the big balloon contraption here, tower side, 645. And that'll do us for round number 1 of the Change Your Luck race. We'll head into round number 4 of the main event next. All cars have been called. To 5 and 6, all cars have been called. Here we go. Round number 4. Tower side, Kyle Murray, 6'17" in the Dakota. Taking on Marty Flagel. Little pickup on pickup crime. Chevy versus Dodge. Southampton, New Hampshire. Taking on Pennsylvania. Win light, give it to Flagel as Murray turns it 11 red. And both drivers just let it roll on out. Sean Nichols, 647. Dave Dissinger, 643 in the Monza. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need round number 2 of the last chance shootout to 1 and 2, please. Dave Dissinger grabs the win there, dead on with an 8 to be 21 total, identical 13 reaction time. Sean Nichols gets there first by 22. Had to take 18 or less, excuse me, no, he took more than that. He had to take, math ain't math, an 8 or less to grab the win. Scott Smith in the Monza 599, taking on George Dallas in the Corvette 648. Round 2 of the last chance shootout to 1 and 2, please. Round 2 of the last chance shootout to 1 and 2, please. Scott Smith, starting line advantage, finish line advantage. He's 40 total for the win. Corvette 34 up front, breaks it out. 646.7 on the 648. And Smith moving on another round. Dan Wally, 601, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 694. Win late by 006. Give it to Harvey. He's 15 total. Wally was 13. Puts it dead 8. That'll win you a lot of laps, but not this one. By 006. Dave Harvey moving on. Andrew Bercudo, 624. Taking on Joe Goldie, 689 here Tower Side. Joe Goldie turns it red, gives the win to Andrew Bercudo. Bercudo dead on with a 0. 15 total on the lap. Goldie would have had it been tight. Joe Theodore here, Tower Side, 583, taking on Jeff Alback, 665 in the pickup. Win light, give it to Theodore. 006 up front goes 585. 1 on the 583. Albach breaks it out big time. 660 with a 6 on a 665 as Theodore will move on. Mike Fornwall here, tower side 602 the dial, taking on Kevin Spencer in the Mustang 626. Last chance shootout, round 2 to 1 and 2. Last chance shootout to 1 and 2. Dead on the one is Mike Fornwald. He's 9 total. Takes out Kevin Spencer. Spencer 21 up front and breaks it out 624-6 on the 626. Kevin Mendenhall 614 for Mr. B&M Performance here on B&M Performance Sunday. Taking on Brandon Karagizian 714 in the Malibu. And since we're all just going to sit here, it's a great time to welcome everybody to round number 4. Kevin Mendenhall and Brandon Karagizian are going to wait until their cars run out of fuel to get staged. Had a great day of weather here. Nice light breeze out there. Stands are filled to capacity. Standing room only. Shane is smiling. Surprised it's not snowing. It's only a 2.5-hour tow for me back to Delaware when this day's over. Could be 5 minutes sooner. They both have the doors open now. This is a dandy of a time here. Yeah, Sam, we may not be able to run the last chance race because we may still have these two on the starting line. I think this is a great time to mention that B&M Performance and Machining is located in Parksburg here in Central PA. Owner Kevin Mendenhall has over 20 years experience in the automotive machining and engine assembly industry. You'll find Kevin racing and competing with his own car and his kids at local tracks in the area like Maple Grove, US 13, and Cecil County Dragway. If you have any questions, call 484-643-3787 or visit bnmperformanceandmachining.com. From mild to wild, B&M has you covered.
Please, for the love of God, one of you stage. I love you both. Can we flip a coin?
Andy, the last time I saw something like this, it involved Haley James at the World Cup Finals, and I know what Jason Miller did, so I hope it doesn't go to that extent. And it's time to party. Everybody give them a round of applause. Oh, Brandon Carragesian, 12 red. Kevin Mendenhall moving on. And that one may make a specific Facebook page. We'll see. Mendenhall dead on with an 8 for added insult. And now we can get on with the rest of the day. Ray Barlow in the Mustang, 595, taking on Joe Dedrick, 552 in the Camaro. Throttle, give the win light to Joe Dedrick. Dead on with a 2 to be 33 total. Barlow dead on with a 6 to be 43 total, and no good. Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 654. Denny Renninger here at Tower Side, 746. And just because Cam Murray made fun of me last night, I will take Denny to win this race. Win light, give it to McCloskey. He's 1 above 9 on the 654 dial with a 12 late as Renninger 15 up front, breaks it out. 2 thou, took it 18, needed to take 16 or less. DJ Clark 664 taking on Russell Cannon 612 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Cannon. 38, 614, 4 in the 612 as Clark 005 red and cuts it loose on the big end. Dave Miller 704 here Tower Side taking on Bobby Smith 623 in the Mustang. Dave Miller with the win there. 32, 1 above 5 as Smith breaks it out. 3 thou. But with his 64 reaction time, had no chance. Bob Murphy the third, 623, taking on Tanner Kutzhair, 603 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Tanner. 45 total, takes out the 47 reaction time of Murphy. Murphy breaks it out. 5 thou there on the run as well. Seth Phillips back up in the Barracuda, taking on Frank Mathiori Jr. over in the Lucas Oil Lane 585. Win late, Seth Phillips. Double breakout run, 6:04.4 on the 6:06 with a 21 light. Matt Fiore, 20 on the hit, goes 5:82.7 on the 5:85. Pro Torque Lane moving on. Rory Winnie, 6:15 in the truck, taking on Jake Narr. Over in the Lucas Oil Lane, 5:44. Neither driver wanted it at the start. And at the straight, give it to the pickup. 6:14 with an 8 on a 6:15. Has Narr 6:43.8 on the 6:44. And Rory will move on. Chris Gonier, 6:37 for last night's winner. Taking on the 6:51 dial of Calvin Klein over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Win late goes to Gonier. Dead on with a 1 to be 63 total. Klein, 001 red. 6:55 with a 2 to finish out the run. Trish Witt, 5:69. Nelson Belot in the pickup, 5:77. Win late, give it to Trish Witt. She's 13, breaking it out 1 foul. Nelson turns it 27 red and goes dead on 4 to end his weekend. Jamie Cologne in the Camaro, 671, taking on Brandon Michaels, Slim Shady, 705 the dial. Dead on with a 6 goes Jamie to be 26 total and moving on. Nathan Mendenhall up now, 621, taking on Paul Scribani, 569 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Mendenhall. 10, breaks it out 6 thou as Scribani turns it 14 red and throws away dead on 9. Dave Dissinger here, tower side in the Monza, 642. Jeannie Northrup, 582 over in the Camaro. Drivers in 1 and 2 can start getting ready. Drivers in 1 and 2 can start getting ready. Won't be long before we're rolling you down the hill. Win light, give it to Dave Dissinger. Dead on with a 7 to be 43 total. Jeannie, 60 on the hit and mathematically eliminated for the weekend. Kyle Murray, 617, taking on CJ Ketterer, 643. Win late by 002. Give it to CJ Ketterer. 005. 2 above on the 643 dial as Murray 17 and 1 above to be 27 total. And gave that one back was Murray. Dave Harvey Jr. 694 taking on Evan Poust in the wagon 655. .006 margin of victory going to Dave Harvey as Poust breaks it out 4th thou. Harvey's 007, 1 above 7 to be 24 total. And moving on. Andrew Bercudo 623, Marty Flagel 621. Almost a gentleman's joust, but not. And I see the buy run pulling into the water box. But it's not a buy run because it's an even amount of cars. Womp, womp, womp. Win late, 006 margin of victory. Give it to Flagel. 1 above 4. Be 28 total. Bercudo 15 at the hit. 1 above 9. And unfortunately not moving on. Sean Nichols, 646 in the Mustang, taking on Cam Murray in the Duster. 630 is the dial for Murray. And Murray turns it 4 red and does the limp of shame. Nichols will grab the win. 645 for the 646. We head into round number 2 of the shootout. trip, zip, 1 above, 0. 10 total. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Can I please get Winner Race Fuels round number next? Double entries to 5 and 6. Doubles to 5 and 6. That's foot brake and trans brake. Doubles to 5 and 6. For round number 5 to 5 and 6. Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 5 to 5 and 6. C151, you'll be the wait and see by. C151, you will be the wait and see by. And last pair here of the shootout, Jay Lawrence or Walt Haas, not sure which one, in the far lane. Becky Mendenhall here, tower side, 620 in the truck. Can I please get the rest of round number 5, all of round number 5 to 5 and 6, please. All of round number 5 to 5 and 6, please. All cars for round number 5 of the main event to 5 and 6, please. Becky is in big trouble. Win light, Lawrence or Haas. 649.0 on the 646 with a 23 light. Becky breaks it out, trying to get there. 617.4 on the 620. And the Malibu Wagon 7 flat with the bye run. C2 Roadrunner Race Fuels round number 5. All cars to 5 and 6. All cars to 5 and 6. C151. You are the wait and see by. C151, you are the wait and see by. And that will conclude. Drivers in 5 and 6, load up and get ready. 5 and 6, load them up, get them ready. 5 and 6, load them up, get them ready.
We got another one for you. First person to the tower to bring us makeup brushes wins a prize. Makeup brushes, please.
Here we go. Round number 5, main event. Marty Flagel, Mike Thornwalt, identical reaction times. Win light, give it to Thornwalt. 12 total. 12, dead 0. Flagel cuts him loose. 623.5 on the 621 dial. And Flagel loses 1 right there. Scott Smith in the Monza, 601 the dial. Taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 695 in the Valiant. Neither driver great, but only 6 thou separate. I'm at the stripe, win light, give it to Scott Smith. Dead on with a 9 to be 55 total. Harvey breaking it out, 15. Took 30. Had to take 15 or less. Easy math there. And here's El Chapo of the Pennsylvania Posse. Kevin Mendenhall, 613 tower side, taking on Dave Dissinger in the Monza, 642. And El Chapo 008 red, he'll take the limp of shame. Dissinger 13, dead on with a 2. He's 15 total. The Monza is rolling. He's got 1. He's going to try to keep 2. Seth Phillips here in the CUDA, 601, taking on Joe Dedrick in the Camaro, 551. $12 to a 20. Win light, 12. Dead 3. Seth Phillips, 15 total. The Barracuda moves on. Dedrick, 7th thou out on the big end, taking 002 stripe. And Phillips will move on as he eliminated Dedrick from the word go. Russell Cannon in the Camaro, 6:14, taking on Dave Miller, 7:03 in the Nova here, tower side. I need the second chance race to 1 and 2, please. Last chance race. Change your luck race, whatever we want to call it. The Morris Performance Trans and Auto Race, that's the most important part, to 1 and 2. Win late, Russell Cannon dead on with a 4 to be 22 total. Locks out Dave Miller's 25 reaction time, 1 above 0. Cannon moves on. Denny McCloskey in the Firebird, 6:55, taking on Joe Theodore here at Tower Side in the Monza, 5:83. Third round of the Change Your Luck race. I need you to 1 and 2, please. Car number 178. Brett Schlitting, you are the wait and see by. Win light, give it to Joe Theodore. 585.0 on the 583 with a 41 light. McCloskey breaks it out to Thal. Took 26. Had to take 24 or less to turn on the electricity in the Lucas Oil lane. No good, and his weekend has come to a conclusion. Chris Gonier still looking for more cash. He's cash positive as it gets. $20,000 winner yesterday, 637 the dial, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 623 for the Firebird. We've got a 9 to a 19, win light to the 9. 003, margin of victory for Chris. He goes 639, 2 on the 637 with a 009 light. Bercudo 624 with a 5 on a 623 dial with a 19 reaction time. Takes the loss. Pro Torque Lane moving on. Roy Winnie 614 in the pickup, taking on Jamie Cologne in the Camaro, 671 for the drivers out of Reading, Pennsylvania. Attention to the pits, Jeff Albach. Jeff Albach, you are the 4th round lucky loser. If you could please come to the timing tower and claim your prize. Jeff Albach, you lost, but you won. Head to the first floor of the timing tower for the lucky loser prize vault. Oh boy, one person's green, one person's great. One light, great light, 18 total. 1 above 8 is Jamie Cologne. Trip, zip, up front, Roy Winnie. Dead on, 249 total and out of here. Tanner Kutzer, 603 in the Camaro, taking on Trish Witt in her Camaro here, tower side, 569. Trish Witt, 003 red, give the win to Tanner Kutzers. Tanner 602.5 on the 603 dial, and we'll move on. Well, another Pennsylvania posse member, Little Chapo here, tower side. Nathan Mendenhall, 621 for the Trash Can Killer. Taking on Sean Nichols in the Mustang, 645. And we'll have a little downtime for the doubles to get back. Crash Can Killer with the win. 008, 2 above, 4 for the win. As Nichols 30 at the hit, puts it 1 above, 9, and no good. Mendenhall moves on into round number next. Here we go. Finish out round number 5. Tower side, Dave Harvey Jr., 693. Will he know what to do with his hands against Dave Dissinger? Dissinger already into the next round with 1. Can he carry 2? 642 for the Monza. Oh boy, one's got a good light, one's got a great light at the stripe. Win light, great light. 19 total for Dave Harvey Jr. He's 1 above, 9 to take the 001 margin of victory. Dave Dissinger, 19 on the hit, dead 1, 20 total, and out of here. Dave Harvey Jr. perfect and moving on. Marty Flagel, lost 1, going to try to keep 1. 622, going up against CJ Ketterer, 645 in the Maverick. Flagel lost them both. 7 red. Give the win to Ketterer. Ketterer's 14, dead 0. So Flagel had to be tight. Ketterer 14 total. Flagel breaks it out 5 thou and will end his weekend. As we head into round number 3 of the Morris Performance Trans Change Your Luck race. Scott Frennis here, tower side, 736. Taking on Joe Romeo over in the far lane, 634. Both drivers are red, but get the true start win to the tower side. Scott will move on. 734, 1 on the 736 with a 15 red light. And Joe was way early, goes 637, 1 on the 634. Robert Smith, tower side, 582. 726 is the dial for Bobby Pipp. Win light, give it to Pipp. 727.8 on the 726 with the 73 light. As Smith, 35 at the hit, then a 10th over. The big milk truck sedan delivery van, 649. That is Eric Ott, tower side, 594 the dial for Kevin Harrell. Win light, give it to Harrell by 006. 595, 9 on the 594 with a 65 light. The milk truck, 650 with a 3 on the 649, and done for the weekend. Jason Lawrence here, tower side, 708 the dial. Taking on the Malibu wagon of Paul Werner. Give the win to Lawrence. 005 red. Goes 709.4 on the 708, and Lawrence 644.9 on the 647 will move on. And Brett Schlitting with the wait and see by. We'll take it. And Schlitting shuts it down. And that will do it for round number 3. Down to 5 cars in the Change Your Luck race. Tension the pits, tension the pits. Can I get ISC Salesmaster, round number 6 of the main event to 5 and 6, please. Main event, round number 6 to 5 and 6. And while we're at it, I guess we can go ahead and get round number 4 to 1 and 2. 135p. You are the wait and see buy. And in round 6, J106, you are the wait and see buy. All right, looks like our main event drivers in 5 and 6 are loading up. We've called for the Change Your Luck race to 1 and 2. And if you have a payout, please come get it at the bottom of the timing tower. We don't send anything out. And now Tori said she is in with Sam to go on a shopping spree with whatever's left over. So it's either you get it or they get it. Take your pick. I may or may not be kidding. There's only one way to find out. So here we go. ISC Salesmaster, round number 6. Who's going to win the B&M Performance $10,000 here today on B&M Sunday? Mike Formalt here, Tower Side, 602 the dial, taking on Dave Dissinger in the Monza, 642 for his machine. Both are good on the tree, down at the stripe, wind light. Give it to the Monza by 001. He's 13 dead, 3 to be 16 total. Formwalt 8 dead, 9 to be 17 total, and no good. Dave Dissinger's carrying 1 into round number 7. Scott Smith, 6 flat in the Monza, going to take on Tanner Kutzer, 603 for the Camaro. The straight wind light, give it to Scott Smith. He's 1 above 7 to be 31 total on the lap. Kutzers was 49 at the hit and mathematically ineligible. Breaks it out 3 thou on the big end. And Scott Smith and the Monza rolling on to round number 7. Chris Gonier still in, 638 the dial for last night's 20 grand winner. He's got Russell Cannon in the Camaro, 613 the dial. Neither driver was excited to lead the starting line. At the stripe, double breakout, give the win to Gonier, 637.4 on the 638 dial. Gets away with one there. He's 73 up front. Cannon was 92, breaking it out 9 thou on the big end. Chris Gonier moves on to round number 7. Joe Theodore in the Monza, 584 here, Tower Side in the Pro Torque lane, taking on Dave Harvey Jr., 694 for the ATCO New Jersey driver. Win light, Harvey, 12, dead 8, 20 total. Theodore, 008 red, dead 9. Nice lap, just a little too quick on the trigger there. CJ Ketter, 645, taking on Nathan Mendenhall, the Battle of the Young Guns, 620 here, Tower Side in the S-Dime. the stripe, win light 008. Give it to Mendenhall. 37 total as he runs it dead zero. Ketterer 20 up front, puts it 2.5 above for the loss. Win light going to Mendenhall as he moves on. Jamie Cologne, 671. Second time Jamie's had the bye run. Second time Jamie didn't get the bye run. Seth Phillips in the Barracuda, 605. Throttle game on the big end, win light 0006. Give it to Seth Phillips. 13, 2 above 8 on the $605 at 107. Cologne 673, 3 on the 671 with an 18 reaction time at 100 mile an hour flat. Seth Phillips by 0006. 6 10,000ths moving on to round number 7. Here we go, round number 4. Brett Slitting here, tower side, 593. Taking on Scott Frennis, 735, the dial, over in the Lucas Oil lane. At the stripe, a win light. Give it to Scott as issues for Schlitting. You heard that thing breaking up bad. And Scott will move on another round. Kevin Harrell here, tower side, 594. He'll be taking on Bobby Pipp in the Mustang, 727. Another driver excited to leave home. And at the stripe, win light goes to Pipp. 728.2 on the 727 with a 49 late. Harrell was late at the hit, goes 596.3 on the 594 for the loss. And Jason Lawrence here on the bye. 647 the dial for Lawrence. And Lawrence, 645.3 on the 647 with a 004 light. We'll move on. All right, main event. We will take you back in 5 and 6, and last chance we will take you back to 1 and 2. Main event back to 5 and 6, and last chance back to 1 and 2, please.
And at this time, your attention to the pits, our attention to the pits. We need last chance to lanes 1 and 2, please. The last chance race to lanes 1 and 2. Your attention to the pits, our attention to the pits. Last chance to lanes 1 and 2, please.
So here we go. Being in performance, round number 7 of the main event. Rolling into the water box. First out, the Trash Can Killer, 619 for Nathan Mendenhall in the S-Dime. Taking on the Monza of Dave Dissinger, 642 for Dissinger. Who will make it to the round of 3 and get the elusive bye to the finals? We're going to find out here in round number 7. Both drivers are pre-staged. Up on the R's they go. In is Dissinger. Here comes Mendenhall. We're clean and green, baby. Here comes Mendenhall on the pickup. They're almost identical at the start of the straight. Win light by 0003. It goes to Dave Dissinger. 10, dead 2, and he'll move on to the round of 3. Nathan Mendenhall, 12, dead 0. Literally nothing at the stripe. Dave Dissinger moves on to the next round. Now, Chris Garnier still trying to go. He's 20 grand heavy right now after last night's win. He's going to take on Dave Harvey Jr. out of ATCO, 694. Garnier's chasing him down. He's got some work to do. Can he make some magic happen? He can't. Garnier out of here. In the quarterfinals, Dave Harvey moves on to the semis. Double breakout run. Harvey 693, 7 on the 694 with a 12 light. Garnier 25 at the hit, breaks it out 8 thou. 636, 2 on the 637 dial. Seth Phillips now in the Barracuda 605. He'll take on Scott Smith in the Monza. Final pair of the main event here in B&M Performance, round number 7. We're in. We're clean and green, and what a run we're about to have. 002 to a 003. Win late 002 by 002. Seth Phillips is 2, take 2 for the win. Dead on with a 6 to be 8 total. Scott Smith dead on with a 7 to be 10 total. And Seth Phillips moves on to the round of 3. Wow, wow, wow. What an incredible round there we had in B&M Performance, round number 7. And semifinals, who will meet Scott Franks in the final of the $1,000 to win Morse Performance Trans Change Your Luck race? Will it be Jay Lawrence? Jason dialed in at a 648. He'll take on Bobby Pipp in the Mustang, 727. Main event drivers, cool them, fuel them, and bring them right on back to 5 and 6. Here we go. Semifinals of the Change Your Luck Shootout. $1,000 to win, $0 for anything else. Clean and green on both sides. Here comes Lawrence down at the stripe. Win light. Lawrence dead on with a 424. Total locks out Pipp's 32 reaction time. And it'll be Jason Lawrence taking on Scott Franks in the final for the $1,000 to win Change Your Luck race, presented by Morse Transit Auto Performance Transmissions. And Scott dials it in at a 733. And once again, if you lost third round or later, your payouts are available at the bottom of the timing tower. Please, 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 please come get them. All payouts from third round or later, or if you were here yesterday and had a payout, please come to the bottom of the timing tower and get that payout.
And at this time, you're touching the pits or touching the pits. We'll take the semifinals of the main event to the staging lanes, semifinals of the main event to 5 and 6, and we'll take the final round for last chance to 1 and 2. Your attention to the pits or touching the pits. We'll take the semifinals of the main event to lanes 5 and 6, please, and the final of the last chance to lanes 1 and 2, please.
I hear some noise. So it must be time for the main event semifinals coming around the corner next. Who's going to meet Seth Phillips in the finals? Will it be Dave Harvey Jr. or Dave Dissinger? Tower side out of Atco, New Jersey, dialed in at a 693 in the Pro Torque lane. It's Dave Harvey Jr. Out of Landisville, Pennsylvania, in the Lucas Oil lane, dialed in at a 642 in the Monza. It's Dave Dissinger. 2 go down, only 1 goes on, and they will face Seth Phillips in the Barracuda. Harvey bumping it in. Knocks out the top bulb. We're ready to go. Oh boy, we're clean and green. Here comes Dissinger. He is behind. Win light. Give it to Dave Harvey Jr. 006, 2 above, 4 to be 30 total. Locks out Dave Dissinger's 33 reaction time. Dissinger cuts him loose on the big end, hopes for the breakout. No dice. And it's going to be Dave Harvey Jr. taking on Seth Phillips in the B&M Performance main event final for $10,000 to win. And Phillips will dial a 605 here on the buy run. And Phillips 007 red and shuts it down. So next out will be the final round for the Morris Performance Trans Change Your Luck $1,000 to win shootout. Here we go. It is the Change Your Luck race final round. And boy, does this one have some implications. Jason Lawrence over in the Lucas Oil lane. Tower side. It's Scott Franks. Franks is employed by Jason Lawrence. And boy, what a Monday morning at work this could be. Who's it going to be? Franks here, tower side, 736, taking on Lawrence, 648. Does he give the boss the W and maybe get Monday off? Or does he give him a run for his money and Lawrence makes him work overtime? We're about to find out. Scott Franks in the Pro Torque lane here, tower side. Jason Lawrence in the Lucas Oil lane over there on the far side of the track. Franks is pre-stage. We're waiting on Lawrence. I don't think we'll have to wait for him quite as long as we had to wait for Kevin Mendenhall and Brandon Karagizian. Here we go. 3 bulbs. 4 bulbs. We've got a drag race. Oh, boy. Here comes the boss man. The employee is in deep trouble. Win light, boss man. 19, 2 above 2. Jason Lawrence grabs the win over Scott Franks. Franks late at the hit and breaks it out 5 hole ones on the big end, trying to stay ahead. Jason Lawrence, your winner here in the Morris Performance Trans In auto, change your luck race, $1,000 to him. And that leaves us with one more round. It'll be Seth Phillips taking on Dave Harvey Jr. We'll take you all back to the lanes. Go ahead and cool them, fuel them, and bring them right back as soon as we can get you. Dave Harvey Jr. and Seth Phillips. The final here on B&M Performance Sunday, $10,000 to win of the FRBR Promotions 8th Annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. One more round and we will wrap up this weekend's events. Once again, thank you to everybody who's came out here this weekend to support. If you have money, please, please, please come get it. There are still plenty of payoffs. Here we go. B&M Performance Sunday, $10,000 to win. Final round. Who's it going to be? Pick one and ride with them, baby. Tower side, Dave Harvey Jr., 694, the dial. He'll take on Seth Phillips in the Barracuda, 605 on his machine over in the Lucas Oil Lane. Harvey's already got 2 bulbs on. Waiting on Phillips. He'll knock one out. Here we go, clean and green on both sides. Seth Phillips with a slight start line advantage. Seth Phillips with the finish line advantage. 21, one above 7 to be 38 total. In the win is Seth Phillips. The Barracuda takes home $10,000. Dave Harvey, 33 up front, puts it 2 above 0 to be 53 total. No good. Seth Phillips, your winner here on day number last B&M Performance Sunday of the 8th annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Want to thank everybody again for their support and participation here at Maple Grove Raceway. On behalf of FRBR Promotions, we hope everyone gets home safe and sound. Thank you for your support. We'll see you at Maryland International Raceway in November for the Foot Brake Feast. And we'll head down to Diamond State Digital Victory Lane to have a word with our winners here today. Once again, thank you everyone for your support. If you have a payout, please, please, please come. Test check. All right, down here in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with your B&M Performance 10K Sunday winner, Seth Phillips. Don't scratch it, Andy. This car is beautiful. Seth, man, you had your hands full today out there. You were laying down laps. I heard you had some dad duties there in between a couple of rounds. And, you know, you were nasty when you needed to be. And that quarterfinal round was just insanity, every single pair. How'd you keep the focus today, man?
I really don't even know what to say. It was just one round, and needed it. So luck when we needed it.
Well, that's the most important thing in drag racing is the luck when you need it and being good when you have to be. And this thing was absolutely great, and you all were just awesome. So I guess this means you get to be on another FRB T-shirt.
Yep, we got to come back again.
There you go. Awesome, man. Who do you have to thank to get you here and keep this thing consistent and, you know, keep you going rounds?
Definitely Hoosier Tires, Jimmy Smith, Mountain Road Transmission, Steve Witherow for my fuel, and then everybody here with me today, helping Connor. Connor and I came up solo this weekend, and we got it done.
What do you think, bud?
Did we win? Just like me.
Awesome, man. Well, this is what it's all about, having the family here. And I know from personal experience, there's not a better feeling than standing in victory lane, holding your little ones. First one, that's even better. It doesn't get better than that. Seth, congratulations, man. Be safe going home, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Seth Phillips, your winner here on Sunday. Again in Diamond State Digital Victory Lane with Jason Lawrence. Jason, man, if I had to put money on somebody to not be in the Change Your Luck race after your last about year and a half, it would not have been you. You would not have been on my card. But you're here. You did get some money. Cost you nothing to get in it, and you're going home maybe cash-ish even.
Yeah, it was a rough weekend. It's a tough crowd here. I mean, this is a lot of good guys in this area. Northeast is always tough, especially off the bottom. Just, rough crowd. So, be able to turn it around and come home with something, is awesome. So.
Absolutely. We got to thank Morris Performance Transmissions for their donation and sponsorship for to put this race on. Now, more importantly, how long and how many hours of overtime is Scott going to have to work this week?
Well, I think I'll take it easy on him now. I told him that because, we work together. I'm his supervisor. I told him that if Swinlight came on, he's going to be doing brake jobs on dump trucks for the rest of his life. But, I'll take it easy on him now. So, but, he's a good dude, yeah.
And a good listener, apparently. Well, Jason, man, who helps keep this bad hot rod going? Because you do a lot of laps and you do a lot of winning. So I know you got to have a lot of good parts and good people behind you.
Yeah, first of all, as always, I got to thank Lee Zane and Bud McNasby. I mean, they taught me everything I know. I cannot, as I always say, I can't do what I do if it wasn't for those guys. I mean, they have taught me everything. Ron Ross, he built the motor in this thing. The thing runs great. Nickerson Carburetors, Select Performance at Alessi's Junior and Senior. Again, those guys are awesome. They're always helping us out. My father, again, my right-hand man, he tells me what the car is running. I'm the guy that does the job. My wife and kid at home, and my two sons, James and Nicholas, they were here, and unfortunately they had to go home a little early. James has got to get ready for school tomorrow. But yeah, my wife Sarah, James and Nicholas, my mom too. She was here for a little bit. Yeah, so that's everybody.
Awesome job, man. Well, great job. Thank you for coming and supporting this week, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you very much. Thanks you to Shane and Andy too. Again, great job. The track crew here, I mean, everything they do to keep this going. So thank you guys.
Absolutely. The FRBR guys are the best in the business. We'll slide on over here. Scott Franks. Scott, come on up here, man. Good job not getting yourself in trouble at work.
Yeah, you do what you can, right?
Absolutely. Man, if you saw the handwriting, when you go back and watch this on Diamond State Digital in the first couple of rounds, your name is absolutely obliterated. And if you saw what they wrote down up there for your last name, you'd be like, wow, he got that out of that. All right. But we got it corrected by the end. Thank God Andy came by and said, what are you calling him? And I'm like, I don't know. You read it. And he's like, I don't know what that says. So he corrected it, and we're good. But, man, hey, tough weekend, but at least you were able to, get in this race. And hopefully, boss man over there kicked you back like $10 or something. At least get you dinner for the night.
Yeah. It's helped out, yeah.
Awesome job, man. Well, hey, is there anybody you want to thank for this, to get you this runner-up?
Yeah, Bud and Lee, too, to helping me out, and dad, brother, and my grandfather, and basically everybody else that helps me out with everything. So, yeah.
Awesome job, man. Well, congratulations. Thank you for coming and supporting, and we'll see you next time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that will do us here. The 8th annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom for FRBR Promotions. We want to thank each and every one of you for showing up here this weekend. All of those who watched at home on Diamond State Digital, we thank you for your support. I want to thank TJ Jordan with Wired Designs for his help with the semifinals and final graphics. And for everybody here, drive safe. We'll see you next time. Thank you for your support.